Okay, good afternoon, guys. Hope everyone is okay. Tis 20th of June 2023. I've just been looking at this at the moment. I did look at that. So let me just see. What am I doing? I was looking at this, whether it was a wider channel or not, whether it was something like this. It's a bit hard to say, isn't it? There is some liquidity levels up here, so I did look at this. I wish I'd have taken it down, but there you go. So let's see who's in. Speedy, how you doing, buddy? Indy, good morning. What, how you doing, bud? Brick, good afternoon. Chris, good morning, folks. Okay, so let's see how we get on today. Holiday yesterday, I did have a quick look. There wasn't much volume at all, so there we go. I'm just going to close this a tiny touch. That's better. Okay, so yeah, what's going on? It's a bit hard to tell, really. I did look at this. I mean, it's in. If you believe in, I don't know whether. I mean, you don't hear Mac looking back and marking bigger channels, but if you look at something like that, it actually, strangely enough, fits, doesn't it? But the trouble is, if you go and buy that, you would be thinking down. So it's hard to say at the moment. I never hear Mac mentioning channels from, days gone by. So I don't know whether to incorporate it or nothing really. But it's a tough one, that is. But so I'll just leave it like this now. Market. There is 3 strong liquidity levels up here. And one down at 30. So I thought that might push up a bit higher, but it didn't. And we've had this little pushback, but that channel is actually played out now, so it's hard to know where it's going. So, morning, Dave. How you doing, bud? So yeah, it's hard to know exactly what's going on. So sitting and waiting, I'm afraid. Market's due to open in just over 4 minutes. Mark. Yesterday's highs. Okay, yesterday's highs. Just in case it plays a part, I don't know whether it will or not, but JP, how you doing, bud? How you doing? Okay, so that's played out and we've had a push down, so I don't know what's going on at the moment. It is a bit early, really. Hopefully when the market opens there'll be a little bit more volume and prices will move a bit, and we'll see how we get on. I hope everyone had a good weekend. An extra day this weekend. Let's have a look. Okay, yeah, I haven't got a clue what's going on at the moment. Just clearly going a bit sideways. Roll Daddy, good morning. I might have a shorter day today. Might just do a couple of hours. We'll see how we get on. Okay, 2 minutes until the market opens. Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, this looks like a channel to me with the break of a new high. We're coming down, but it's just hard to work out. I don't know whether anybody else takes this lot into consideration, do you? I mean, if we continue on this path, we'll be going down some more, but it's hard to say. I don't want to just assume that's the way. Okay, so this is clearly a channel now. So, okay, so that's had a push up and had a break and had a new high, so that's played out. So maybe we are coming down a bit. We'll soon see when we get down here. Let's have a look. Market opens in just over a minute. Hopefully we'll get some volume through then and we can try and figure out exactly what's going on. It's hard to tell at the moment. We had a channel, we had a break new low, channel break new high, channel break new low, channel break new high, so everything's playing out. We seem to have a bit slightly downward, but that's probably more of an assumption because I'm looking at the latter part of Friday, and yesterday was a bit of movement yesterday. But it's so hard to say. We'll find out what happens when we get down here a bit. Okay, market opens any second now. Okay, there we go. Market's officially open. Right, hopefully it'll give us an indication of where it's going. Okay, liquidity levels, there's some at 31, which is around about there. Let me just have a little look. Yeah, okay, it's just hit that level. So let's figure out what's going on. There does seem to be a downward bias. It might be too early to assume that, in fact. Okay. It's quite a bit of buying around here. 31. There's a large amount of buying at 31. See if we can pick those buys up and then ride it back to the EMA. We'll see. Buying at 31, buying at 32. So if we can get a push down here, around here, there's some buying around here. So some selling at 39, which is around about there. So Maybe that's people taking the profits. Hard to say at the moment. Strong around 39. Maybe we're going to bounce in and come back down some more. That's the trouble. If you look back the last few days and draw that, now I don't know whether it plays a part, but if you look upon your dailies and your hourlies, they go back days and days and weeks, so it's hard to say really. So if that's the case, we've been coming down since the latter part of the day on Friday, so it's so hard to say. So if you looked at it that way, then you would be going down, and each sort of high is getting lower and lower, isn't it? So who knows? So short-term trend channel break, new high, one leg, two legs. So let's see what happens here. So that liquidity has been taken. There's some more at 44, which is here. Yeah, it's hard to say. And there's still a chunk down here at 31, so it's so hard to say. I did look at that one. Unfortunately, it's an inside bar, and it's just so hard to take that run, really. Especially with this liquidity, it could have triggered you come down, picked up this liquidity, and gone off like a rocket. So it's so hard to say. Okay, I think we can stretch this. Okay, still a lump of liquidity there. Sania, how you doing, buddy? How you doing? NQ and SPY slightly down. Yeah, I have looked back over the last few days. Now, as I've mentioned, I don't know who takes this. We generally don't. But if you look at it like that, it certainly fits a couple of times beautifully at the bottom and touches here a few times, touches here. Quite possibly going to touch here, so need to touch yeah. So it's hard to go. Judging by this, you would be thinking down. The only bit that concerns me is, yeah, each one of these highs is getting lower, but we've bounced around the same time there, so it's so hard to say. I think you've got to be careful going short and assuming it's coming down because of this. Maybe wait for the lower high or the failure or something. 43, there is some strong liquidity there at 43. Let's have a look, which is there. So let's see how we get on. So short-term trend channel break, new high. Now, are we going to touch this area? I think it's likely. But there's liquidity here. There's liquidity around about 44. Oh, that is about 44. or slightly higher. There's some here, so it's hard to know whether we're going to bounce here like we have the last few times. So you've got to be careful taking trades like that. If it does push down through the EMA, then, you know, I'm thinking short then, because we've had a trend, and, you know, we're clearly, you know, making lower highs. So we'll have to see. It's a case of waiting for a lower high or something to push through the EMA and then give us an indication we're coming down. Yes, 44.82. Intraday target 44.82. Oh, so right up here then. 44.82. So up here somewhere. Interesting. Interesting. Okay, so we've broken out of this. We pushed up. We've had a, call that higher low, which is triggered. So let's see what happens. Let's just put a line across here. Interesting. Okay, so there's a lower high there which is triggered, so there could be a double trap there. Hard to say. Yeah, you're going to have to wait for the failure below the EMA to go short there, really, because there's a possible failed second entry short, possible second entry long, a lower high, higher low. There's a bunch of traps here, so it's a bit congested, so it could do anything at the moment. I'd much prefer it to pull down here, break below the EMA, pull up and then drop again and give us a failure. Whether it'll do that or not. If it breaks below here, then I think we're coming down. But there is a couple of traps there. We got no news today, so okay, there's a mass chunk of liquidity around the 42 to 43. 42 to 43, which is around about there, so it's so hard to say. Okay, so try to high one. If we can get pushed through this and then come back up and then give us a short, then I'll go short there and ride it down somewhere. Let's get an order ready.
Order submitted.
Big bearish bar, big bearish bar. So every time we've hit this line, big strong down, big strong move down. I like to hope we're going to get the same. Trouble is, you just can't take that. It's such a big bar, and there's no way in, unfortunately, and that's pretty much as I know it's likely to come down. Just can't do it, unfortunately. Let's see if we get a higher low. If we can break above here, then I'm interested in going short there. Come on, push up. Got a feeling it's not going to give us it. Yeah, the last 3 times we've just pushed down strong, pushed down strong. No, it's not going to do it, is it? Trouble is, as tempting as it is just to jump in there. Trouble is, the one time you do it and you get stopped out. Come on, push up. No way in, unfortunately. It's frustrating.
Order cancelled.
Aye. 44.82. Tried to catch the bottom. 45. Hey Sam, how you doing, mate? How you doing? Okay, this is not the type of failure I want, especially after that. Got you 2 points out of that short. Yeah, the only one really there was the lower high. Trouble is, I'd only want to ride that to the EMA just in case, and there's not that much there really. As tempting as it is, it's just a little bit congested. You just don't know. So I think the safest thing for me was just to leave it. But okay, so we've had a break, new low. So that's played out now. So I'm not thinking about going short at the moment. I don't know what I'm doing at the moment. The bit I don't like is it hasn't. The last 3 times we've come down strong to this area and we haven't there. Interesting to see what happens now. Strong at 44. Let's get rid of that. Strong at 44. Strong at 46. 48. Yeah, it's so odd to know what's going on here. It's sort of like a wedge, isn't it? Like a downward wedge. But the fact that it hasn't come down to the bottom there, it's telling me I think it's may go up. Yeah, I was just going to say, by the way it hasn't come back to here, I think we may go up to these areas here, 283. So we had a short-term trend channel break, new high. Also got to be aware that it could bounce off here. It could trap some shorts here and then shoot on up. It's just a bit unpredictable, actually, a little bit dangerous. Each channel up here, that one's played out, bounced off, come back down, played out, bounced off, come up, down. But the trouble is, this time we haven't come to the bottom, which is telling me we're going to have a leg, a break, and a leg, and it's going to take us close to these areas here. There lies the problem. Funny enough, that's going to take us up to 44. The trouble is, you've got to be careful because it could trap you. I suppose if you're going to take a trade there, that would be the one. Although it hasn't broke technically, it's just a lower high at the moment. Yeah, a first entry. It would have been nice to see that break. Trouble is, going along into all that, it's another thing you can't really do. It's just not safe. Same again, if you jump into there, it could trap you. You know, I'd like to think when we go into these areas of liquidity, 54, it's really strong here, but the trouble is, it's an area where you can get trapped just above this. And as tempting as it is, and it's probably going there, it's just hard to say. It's just too risky. So if you did take that one, you're expecting to get above here or move up. You're about to get shafted, I think. Tough here because it could indicate we're going lower, but because this hasn't come down, it's hard to say. It's hard to go short there. It's hard to go short or long, and it's clearly congested. I don't know if that can be adjusted. Possibly a touch. Not a fan of it. Yeah, see, look at that. Touch is beautifully there, beautifully there. We've got a touch a few times there, touch there, touch there. You just got to be so careful. You know, that could set you up to go short, and then it could drop and then trap you. Risky. Shop City, yeah, you're not wrong, mate. You're not wrong. Yeah, you just don't know. I mean, it's indicating we're coming down, isn't it? And if you look back over the last couple of days, trouble is we've touched here, and we've actually closed a little bit higher in reverse, so you just don't know. There is these liquidity levels, so we could, you know, it's looking like it's trying to suck shorts in, and it could just turn around. It could trigger here, and then just, you know, shoot up and take out some stops and hit these areas. It's just so hard to tell. I mean, okay, the trouble is there's no real second entry. Each one of these is lower. I mean, if you were going to go short on any of those bars, that would be the one to do it, but it's not a setup. That's the trouble. And if you don't do nothing, it's going to tank. If you jump in, it'll trigger you and stop. I mean, it's clearly now looking like it's coming down. I can't see where I'll be thinking about buying, but the trouble is, I don't know what it's going to do. It's hard to read at the moment. Same again, lower high, just too far from the EMA. I'm not sure what's going on because of this. I mean, it looks really bearish, but the trouble is, it's just, I don't know, you know, as tempting as it is to take that, and it does look like the speed of that, it's just going to drop like a stone, but I don't know, it's just too risky. That's a fair old sized bar, that is. 4, 5, 6, that's 3 points, just a bar, tick above, tick below it. And you've got a 3.5 point risk, just risky. It probably will drop. But it's just too risky. Adam Scott, don't you draw trend lines? Looks just like broke the trend from the previous lows. Well, I've got trend lines all over the place. I tend to not do the long ones at the moment. I mean, I've been in there twice and drawn a slightly larger trend channel, but I stick to, there's trend lines everywhere. But I wait till they move. I mean, if you took that one, then you got down to the bottom. I've tried drawing a larger trend line. The trouble is, when we did this, I mean, you could do this, but you'd normally do it from there, wouldn't you? But I don't know, it's too big, too thick. That doesn't make any sense, that really. You can't draw that. It's just too big, too thick, really. What it is doing at the moment is clearly ranging, but with a downward bias, so it's just so hard to see. The last time it did this, it just pushed straight off the bottom with an inside bar, and it's doing the same. It's finished the same height, but it's just hard to say. It's sideways, but with a downwards. But if you look, it's bouncing off the same place. So, like I say, I have drawn this, but I think it can be a bit dangerous getting into that because, you know, I'm trading max price action system, and I've never heard him, you know, draw, or never seen him draw trends, you know, going back days. So that's the problem, really. So you just got to take it. There's no bigger channel that I can see within this. I mean, it's clearly bound coming down, the tops are, but if you look at the bottoms, they generally stay in the same place. It's just hard to say at the moment. It's a little bit unpredictable at the moment as to know whether we're going up or down. I've got liquidity levels at 31, which is down here, which tells me it could come down here. There's buyers waiting to buy or waiting to take their profits. And 44, there's levels up here, and that could be, you know, people waiting to go short, or it could be shorts taking the profit from these longs. There's a higher low there. Trouble is, it's risky in my opinion. You could just ride it for 2 points back there, but I don't know. It's just too risky. It's a little bit congested. If you take that one, it could trigger you, come down, break below here, pick up this liquidity, and then rock it back up. I'd say it's more likely than not going to reach the EMA, but it's just, I'm not prepared to put to trade it. It's just a bit risky. I mean, the lines created triangle wedge. Yeah, in max price action, we don't tend to draw wedges. No, we don't tend to do that. I've never seen Mac drawn a wedge yet. So, no. Yeah, see, it's clearly congested. That's Trap City, that is. You got some longs in there, taking the higher low. You might have tried to go one side. If you didn't take that one, there might be some failures in there, taking some failures. Second entry short that's triggered. I don't know. I got no idea where it's going at the moment. I mean, it may come down, break these, and hit this liquidity level, or it may go up. It's just a bit unclear at the moment. It's just a bit choppy, and it's not explaining itself very well at the moment. Yeah, so if you took that higher low, you just got stopped out. That's the trouble. See, there's some liquidity levels down here. Okay, so we've hit this once, twice, 3 times. Yeah, it's just too risky to take trades off here. 31. There is some buying around about 13.31, which is sort of this area. 30 to 31, which is this area. If it breaks into here and then jumps up quickly, then I may take a long. But you know, my bias now is starting to, I know the tops have been getting lower and lower, but now the bottoms are starting to. So if this does push up, I only think it's going to get to the EMA at best. Still strong at 30. Yeah, a lot of these levels up here are dried out now. So that's telling me I think it's more likely we're going to work down. Okay, so we smashed straight through that liquidity level. So let's see what happens now. Tempted to take that, but I'm not going to. I hate picking bottoms. It's on its own down there. It doesn't match up to anything else. And if it is starting to get very bearish, it might not even reach the EMA. It might just come down and take out the stop. So it's just too risky. Okay. Still not a fan of that. You could sort of fade that, but it's coming down and I don't like fading it in the opposite direction. If it was flat there, then I'd be fading that, but SPY are still pending to touch 436. Yeah. Interesting. In some scenarios, I'd take that higher low, but I've just got a bad feeling I think it might get to the EMA. I've just put that line there in case we get a triple test, because the market's starting to look bearish to me. Strong down here. I think it's looking like it's about to drop. It's slowly tipping, isn't it? Liquidity down there. There's a lot down here as well. Okay, so we broke out the bottom. We've attempted twice to push up, so I think now it's likely to come down. I hope I'm wrong, but I think it's likely to come down. We've pushed in and we've struggled twice to reach the EMA, so I think any buyers here are just, if you took that long, I think you're likely going to get stopped out. If you took that long, you've already stopped out. It's losing buying interest to me, and I think that's going to cause it to drop quickly. Plus, well, thinking about it, if we get rid of this and we have this trend, it does look like a bit of a bottoming pattern, so perhaps we may push up a bit. It does look like it's bounced once, twice, three times. The trouble is I don't want to be going long into that, and it's clearly a little bit congested, but I'd say it is looking like it might bounce. So we got a new low. Okay, so if you took that higher low, that's triggered you. Now it might come down or it could go up. What do I think? It's looking like a bottoming pattern. It's hard to say. It's possible second entry short. I don't know. It's looking like a bottoming pattern. I'd say I think it's probably more likely to push up than come down now. How far, I don't know. Maybe just up to these tops. Okay, there is a second entry short there. I like the bar. Trouble is, it's just sideways there. There's a lot of congested. It's risky. It could trigger and push up. Now I'm starting to think by that we may be coming down, but I just can't take that. It's just stuck right in the middle of that. I'd say there's going to be some longs there, some long stops there, some long stops there, and some long stops there. So if it does push down, I think it'll do it quite quickly down to these levels. Okay, that one didn't trigger. Okay, so it's clearly going up. One, two, three. Could call this a triple test. 1, 2, 3. I'm tempted to take that.
Order
see
submitted.
how it finishes. Nah, it's finished enough.
Order
Okay.
cancelled.
Clearly pushing down. We've broken out. We've hit it once, twice, 3 times. Oh, I don't know. There's something I don't like about it. It's congested and a bit choppy, so I think the safest option is to just, yeah, it is hard to read at the moment, yeah. The trouble is, if it's hard to read, sometimes you're better off just admitting to yourself it's hard to read rather than trying to find something. Much better to wait for something to jump in front of you rather than you go searching. You go searching, you'll find something, but the chance of it being a good trade is slimmer. You're much best for it to sort itself out, clear itself up a bit, and then when you start figuring out what's going on, then that's when you start. That's when you can start sort of keeping an eye on something. Fade the overnight lows, yeah. Trouble is, it's struggling, isn't it? Trouble is, it could just burst through it and push up. It's hard to say. That's the trouble when it's not very clear. It could go either way. Excuse me. I know there's some strong liquidity down here, very strong. The liquidity higher up, there's some at 36, which is where the open is, not as much. But the strongest is down here, I think. So I still think, judging by what I'm seeing, we're working down. The trouble is, it could go sideways up a little bit before it comes down. That's the trouble. Okay, you may say 1, 2 triple test, but there's no bar there to take. The only bar that broke above that was that doji. You can't take that. $44.39. Yeah, it's quite high for us for a stop loss. We got 246. Well, 6 points just to here. That's the trouble. It is pretty thin overall, yeah, you're not wrong. I think there's probably a lot of confusion. If the trouble is, if it's going sideways and it's very choppy, a lot of people are sitting on the sidelines, so if there's no trades, there's no take profits or buy orders or sell orders, and there's a lot less pending. And that's what we're seeing now in Bookmap. There is some down here, because obviously whether somebody's bought up here or bought up here and they're thinking I'm going to write it down, and then, you know, that'll be okay, because I think it's working its way down. Trouble is, it could go a bit more sideways first. But apart from that, excuse me, the liquidity is a bit thin on the ground, as you say. If we can get below that and that, then it's downwards for me. We got a leg down sideways or a break. Looks like a couple of legs up. If we get below these areas, that's where there's going to be long stops there. If anybody are in that trade and they haven't got out yet. Okay, we broke that one level. Once this level gets broken, then I can see us pushing down a bit quicker then. Okay, that's it. Right, that's looking quite bearish, so I'd say this is our target now. I don't think it's going to take a long time to get there either. Yeah, so as much as we sort of had a fair idea where it was going, there's just no entries, unfortunately. $25 it is, so yeah, that's that area where we are now. Yeah, there'll be profit taken here. It won't be just straightforward buy orders. You're not going to want to buy at the bottom of a trend like that. I just took that second entry short. The only second entry short I can see is that doji. Well, that's what it's like on my chart. Yeah, it doesn't look any better. Yeah, that's the only second entry short I can see. It's a bit of a doji. So we got leg down, and I think another leg. On 2 legs of correction, and so that's where I expect that to get down to. Now, that's around a 19.5 to 20. That's about 21. So leg down. If we can get a push back up here, retest this area here, then I expect another leg down. Doji above the EMA and over there. Oh no, you wouldn't be know about that one, would you? Yeah, that's the only one I can see. Someone said they took a short. Trouble is, you just don't know with that one. It could trigger, which it has, and then it looked like it was pushing up. It may trigger above there and come down. I think if you took that one, it's the trouble is, I mean, you could say it's a triple test, but it's not bearish really. It's more of a sort of mid of the range. So I think it's a bit of luck. But it might look a bit different on, you know, if it's a tick or two lower on your chart, it might look a bit better, but for me, it just wasn't doable, really. Yeah, without seeing the NQ, Sanny, I'm assuming NQ, I'm assuming those figures, that 13,586 are down, aren't they? I'm assuming. And we've had such a lot of up stuff lately from the S&P. I mean, it's been cruising. You would say at some point it's got to correct a little bit. Yeah, there's definitely some at 20, so I expect that to get down here. And if it does get down here, it'll confirm this, that this then is probably a channel. It's not the best looking channel, but I think it's now a channel nonetheless. Or it could be maybe something. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. So hard to tell. Could be a bit of a spiking channel. I'm going from that one there, that bar there. Touch, 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 up a touch. Yeah, going down. Okay, so I believe if the NQ is travelling south, I think the ES follows it, I think. Trouble is, I'm yet to see a real entry that sort of tickles my fancy, if you like. I mean, you may have took that one, a lower high. The bit that puts me off taking trades like that is with this, then we got that a little bit high, and you just don't know whether you're going to get triggered and pushed up. In other words, these bottoms are working higher, so it's just a bit risky there. Hard to take any of those, because if you had a third touch here, then that might be okay. I suppose that's why probably someone took that short. You know, I suppose the best indicator of that, it's not bearish, but what it is it's hit that area 3 times. So there you go. Okay, so that measured leg's played out, that's for certain. So let me just see now whether I can adjust that to there. Let me bring this down a tiny bit. That can't go any lower, really. Okay, this is down to 20. We're not quite there yet. Interesting. It is frustrating when you see such a move, but there's no entry really. Okay, so there is liquidity levels starting to pop up further down now. There's one at 4,400. 4,405. So these are areas of interest, and 11 as well. Yeah, I've just had another payment approved a couple of days ago. Where is it? That's it. Let's get some out of the way. Yeah, there it is. 17, a couple of days ago actually. Approved, so that one will be going into my account at the end of next week. Okay, I did look at that one, but to be fair, I'd much prefer it to retest the bottoms of these, pick up that liquidity, or hit that EMA. It's just too risky. That is just taking that one. And it's typical when you do nothing, it just comes down, but we still may get another leg up. Go on, push up. That'd be nice. That would down. A couple of legs up. Come on, that'd be nice. Yeah, 2 payments from that one account. On the downside, that one account is only at $650. So it was more important for me to use one of my PAs to get a payout so I could actually put more into it. I've got 3 more. I've got 3 more evals which are passed, which go to PA. 2 the day after tomorrow and 1 the day after that. And obviously that's $400. So I've used that. So I've not got so much got a problem if you've got 5 counts and you want to use $2,000, but it puts that one. It puts the one account at risk. I don't mind that so much. It's all about sort of speculate to accumulate. So okay, so if it blows one account, it's not the end of the world, but that's paid me $4,000, so that's helped me get more accounts and give me a little bit of wages as well. See, so I don't have a problem with that. Now what I might do is trade that one account by itself later or something and see what I can do. I'll see. But yeah, I don't mind risking an account, taking it out, because it's important to get some money coming in to reinvest. And if it means you blow an account, it's not the end of the world. You can get another one. It will still leave me 5 anyway, so that's a good amount to start building. But I don't mind taking some out. NQ completed touch given level. Okay. So are you expecting NQ to come back up? Or what? I should get the NQ on a separate thing, really, shouldn't I? But I don't suppose it really matters too much to. But you know, sometimes we trade this and we don't see any setups. I'm just wondering whether it's worth looking at maybe the ES and the NQ and trading them both. But I mean, if you're a currency trader, you'd be looking at multiple different currency pairs, maybe looking for a scalp. You're looking at 2 or 3 different currency pairs, whereas we just obviously stick to the ES. But if you had the maybe the NQ or something like that, I suppose it's a problem. Lots of liquidity at 411, 412, which is here, which is about to get hit, I think. Buy orders, well, I'm assuming take profits. Thanks, Sam, I appreciate that. Thanks, Indy. Nice to get 2 payments in a month. Okay, that liquidity's just been eaten, so there's still a little bit left at 2.5. In fact, there's still some left at 2.10. Didn't pick that up. Liquidity below is wild, yeah. I'm assuming shorts up here, maybe taking profits from short trades up here. Just wondering whether we can stretch that a bit. Yeah, I think that works okay. Let's have a look. 400 down here. May remain sideways for some time. Yeah. Well, I mean, there's 2 ways of looking at this. This is clearly a bit sideways, but it's a bit down. So you could say this is a channel. Now, obviously, that's an overshoot to say the least, isn't it? So it could push up now. It's hard to say. But what I will say, if you trade max price action trading system and use bookmap, don't just look at bookmap and take your trades based on that. You've got to have the combination of a setup and bookmap, and one just complement the other, really. Because I've tried it. I've tried just going short without a good signal bar because we've got loads of liquidity and I got stitched up. So it was a while ago. It was a couple of weeks ago. I just tried it just to see out whether, those liquidity levels sort of, Okay, so if we get a break here, you've got to be careful of this because it's important to remember that we've had a break at a new low. Now, whether we're going to continue down or not is hard to say. So if you're going to draw that a little larger, you just got to keep that in mind. You can use a stop loss of 44.09 for buy. Yeah. So at the moment, we still seem to be working our way down. Let's have a look. Liquidity at 400, liquidity at 05, 405. There's bits of liquidity right up from here to here, so it does look like it's continuing down, but it is risky looking at it like that because it could reverse at any time. In fact, let's leave it like that. I think it's better to err on the side of caution and assume it's already had a break. But if you're looking at this as an overshoot from this bigger channel, then it could turn around and start pushing up. And if the NQ is going to do the same, I believe the ES follows the NQ. I'm not 100% sure, just from what I hear. Yeah, it looks to me like it's losing its potency. I'd say it looks to me like it's going to reverse. It's going a bit sideways and it's bouncing a few times. So I'd say it looks to me like it's going to reverse. I might be wrong, but it's just looking at that sort of bottoming pattern. It might come up here, push down again, and then push up some more. That's just my thoughts. Let's see what happens. This, I think it's just going to, it may push straight through. It may come down a little bit and then push higher. Of course, it could just keep continuing down. There is liquidity levels growing at 44.20. So there's a leg. Maybe a bit of a break. And then maybe a few shorts in there. Someone, they may have, I mean, it's possible someone's got a channel drawn like that. I mean, it could be. I mean, it might be. It might come up, trigger there and come down. But it is an overshoot of this bigger channel. It's just not very clear today. It is a little bit, you know, I'm saying that's a channel. And it's certainly touching the tops, but it's not plain ball really there, is it? So it's hard to know what's going on. It could come down or it could push up. I'm just a bit unclear. So safest way is just to not trade. It's easy to jump in there and go short and all of a sudden it hightails back up, but it's starting to look bearish. Still some strong liquidity levels down here and here, so I don't know. I think we're going up personally at the moment. Let's put that back. That's certainly the safer channel, which means we've had a break and a new low, and it does look like a bit of a bottoming pattern. I did say it could come down and maybe bounce here and then push up, so I think that's what's happening. That's what I think's on the cards at the moment. See if we got anything from Mac yet. No, not yet. Or it is a possibility we could push up and that could be a second entry short and we could come down. That's why I say I'm unclear. See how this finishes. I mean, it could trap some shorts, tick down, bounce off here and push up some more and work up here. Won't be the first time it's done that. I've been trapped in them myself multiple times, many times. Thinking, oh, there we go, second entry short, comes down, a few ticks, bounce off here, goes up and stops you out and then continues to work up. So I always like to give it a chance to trap me now, to assume that there's a trap. And that way I stay out of it until I can see it. Traps, possibly traps some shorts and then gives it a chance to work itself out. See if that pushes up bullish. It could be a second entry long, and is it? It's just a little bit unclear, and it's a little bit sideways. In all fairness, it's very tempting. Second entry long. It's a NAF. It's the signal bar isn't that good anyway, but you may have gone short there. You may stay in the trade. It could be two legs. It's just unclear at the moment. I don't know what the hell's going on. Hey Chris, how you doing, buddy? How you getting on? Yeah, I could say that's a failure. It's so tempting to think about going along there. It's very tempting, but it's just there's alarm bells ringing for me. It could trigger and come down. It could be in this little range here. That might not. In fact, it's probably safer I get rid of that just at the moment. Yeah, you want me to go along in here, and it's clearly touch, 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 touch. Yeah, it's the safest option is to look at this as a range, a small range, and you don't want to be going along there. Possible failure there, which would stop out the longs. It's tempted. Part of me thinks it's going lower, and part of me thinks it's pushing back up, so I'm a bit on the fence at the moment. Just to know what the hell to do. Rodian, how you doing, buddy? How you getting on? I'm keeping an eye on the cricket, mate, on my phone. It's a bit 50-50 who's going to win at the moment. Ooh, odds have just jumped in England's favour. Australia need 132 runs and they've got 5 wickets left. Ooh, could go either way there. I'd say we're probably the favourite now. There we go. Very strong liquidity here, very strong. I mean, there's 560 orders there. Yeah, it will be. I know most Australians I know are mad crackers on the cricket. So, do you know what? You could say we've come down once, twice, 3 times. If that ends up bearish, you could go short there. Trouble is, for me, each one of these lows are getting higher and higher. That's what I mean. Part of it says we've got a leg, 2 legs of correction and another leg. And part of me thinks we're coming down, so it's a bit mixed at the moment. But I dare say there'll be some longs in there and possibly there as well, so... Okay, maybe you'll fade that. 2 legs are played out. Trouble is with this overshoot, this bigger channel, usually an overshoot will result in a reversal, or sometimes, yes, it's so tempted to think about going short there. Got 2 points there, a small measured move. Yeah, you went there, did you? Did you take the second entry long there, did you? What? I did look at it. It's just, I'm just a bit unsure what's going on here. I am aware of that real strong levels here. Leg. Perhaps we're just retesting these lower areas. I don't know. Okay, so you wouldn't... I doubt you'd have gone short there. I mean, if that was a tick lower on someone else's charts, maybe you would have done, but... Went long. More a penguin. Yeah. Ela said you've had that channel down there and we've attempted to go lower twice. So I can see why you took it, yeah. I think I've gone from being quite risky with my trades to being a little bit extra cautious. I don't think that's a bad thing. I think it's better to be more cautious than not cautious enough. And I had a couple of losses on Friday. I reduced down to 1 contract and I took a loss. And when I look back, that next trade I took, it was a riskier trade. Yeah, that's so tempting to go short there. It was a riskier trade. So I'm aware I was down from Friday. Leg. It's tempting to take that. See how it finishes. It's very tempting because we've had a measured leg. But it's a doge anyway, so overshoot made me look at longs. Yeah, I mean, it's clearly an overshoot. We've got a leg and a leg. Yeah, I'm just a bit unsure what to do here because it's finding a little bit of resistance there. I mean, Sally mentioned the about the NQ starting to look like it's going up. So I believe the ES follows it. See, that could be just trying to entice shorts in there, or it might have just played that measured leg out and now we're going to push down more. It's just, that's the trouble. There's no guarantees, is there? You can rely on experience, but there are no guarantees. I'll be surprised if there's not some shorts in there, or if that finishes bearish. I'll be shocked if there's not some shorts in there trying to fade that. Trouble is, it could come down. It could trigger and come down, and then we may end up having something like this. That would make sense. So if you're going to go short there, I mean, if that does come down bearish and you're sure about going short there, I'd only be going short for maybe 6 ticks maximum. I like to see a triple test. Yeah, I mean, that's pushed up through there. So that's picked up that liquidity area. So let's get rid of that one. So I would say that's the trouble, really. It's definitely got a downward bias, but it is still sideways. So I don't, I mean, someone may suggest this turns into a bigger range. It's hard to say at the moment. Let's just keep it there for now. I like to keep an eye on these overnight lows. And mindset is for complete days. It will come down. Yeah, I'm not convinced it's not finished coming down. I am aware of this massive order. There's 544 orders there. Now, it could be just a couple of attempts to go higher. It's so hard to say. In fact, do you know what you could do is if you put that like that and then brought that down there. You could almost get that to fit, really, couldn't you? Close enough. Certainly, if you took it up to there, would that get there? Maybe not. Yeah, I mean, I've never heard Mac incorporate these. I mean, I don't see why not. I can't see an issue with incorporating what's happened. If it fits into some form of a pattern or a trend. But I don't like that lot there. It's very sideways, although it's down a little bit, but the bottoms are sort of still hitting, so it is a bit of a wedge. And then we had that sort of little bit of a push out a couple of times, came back in and then just dropped. So we're clearly working up at the moment, but how far, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, you have to look at these liquidity levels and you have to look at the overall chart for the day, and it's clearly bearish to a degree. I wouldn't say it's a perfect trend channel, but it's certainly bearish, isn't it? There's no argument there. Okay, so we touched a couple of times here, touched here. It's a hard decision to make here if you get a setup to go long, because the overall is slightly, is bearish, isn't it, to a degree. But we have had that overshoot, and an overshoot can result in a reversal. But if I'm looking at this heat map above my head, there's not a lot of liquidity levels up here. Not a huge amount. There is some around here. Maybe taking, longs. I don't know, but I'd say from what I can see, I'd certainly like to see us break this new low, because I can see how big that lump is there. Now, obviously you've got to take into consideration aggressive buyers and sellers. Now, you're going to buy from here, maybe. Are you going to sell from here? Maybe. It's hard to say. Okay, so there's a first entry, maybe a couple of legs down. Do you go? I'm not even comfortable with going long at the moment here. Although I'm back in 2 minutes. I'm just going to take a quick bathroom break. Okay, there is a second entry long, but this is Wick City. Very dangerous to trade that. There is a second entry long, but it's clearly congested, so it's just risky. I'm not touching that. I mean, that has triggered. If anybody took that, that could come down now. It could be just like a couple of legs. Let's have a look. I think it's a bit, the second leg's a bit, yeah. That's over that. But I wouldn't be shocked if that stops that bar out. To be honest with you, okay, I did what I thought it was going to do. But having said that, I'm still not ready to go short just yet, although I'm starting to think short is the better option. It does look like a couple of pushes, so that second one's a bigger push, but so if you recount that one, that's a lower high. Yeah, I mean, you may have took that one, but I think it's just, I'm just not ready just yet, I think. So if you recount that one, a new high, you could say that's a second entry long. Now, if that triggers to go long and comes down and stops that out, that is where I think the market's going to turn. Going to come down. Now, it hasn't triggered. It may not. It may just drop. But I prefer it to trigger really before I think about going short. So we've had this little bit of sideways, and yeah, I'm just not sure. It may just bounce off the top and then push up. I don't know. You could adjust that. Okay. So, yeah, down I think we come. I'd have much preferred that to trigger there, and then I may have gone short there, but no, I probably wouldn't have done, because I'm still a bit, it's still a bit sideways. So, there'd have probably been some longs there above that one, and there possibly as well. second entry long. So I'd say there's an area of interest there, which if we can get below this area here, then I'd see us coming down significantly more, in which case I'd say we're looking maybe at another leg, something like that, which would take us down to 43.95. I'm just looking to see what's down there. So we'll see. But it's not down here in a hurry yet. Okay, so let's count that as a new high. Try go once. If we can break above here, then there's a possible failed second entry long there. Trouble is, we've had a bit of a channel here. Touched, 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 touched. It's confirmed a few times, so you may go higher there. But if it triggers this, if you start there, there's a second entry long there. See what happens. See if it pushes up. It'll either push up or it'll come down, and in which case we'll go lower. See, if I'm going to take a short, I'd rather it be below there. Trouble is, by the time that gets down to there, it's going to be about 13 or 14 ticks. Yeah, there's certainly some uncertainty there. Hey, Edward. Sorry, mate, I didn't see you there. How you doing? Sorry. My apologies. Okay, so that has triggered. That second entry long has triggered. So it may work. And you would have got 2 points, I'm guessing, or close to it. Not quite. Okay, now you're done. Yeah, I wouldn't have taken that because we're in this little channel here. It's a little bit uncertainty, what with all these wicks here. Yeah, you'd have got 2 points there. We clearly got a channel there. The break. Maybe making a new high. Okay, high or low. See how that finishes. Yes, Sunny did say chances are going sideways, and it certainly looks like it's doing that, doesn't it? Down, up a couple of times, down. I'd say leg down, leg down. Get a lower high there. interesting if that finishes bullish, because that will be a higher low. I'm just nervous about taking that because we've had this little channel and we could have a break. It might trigger those and then come down. So I think that's risky. I'm not doing it anyway. So, but I think there'll be a lot of traders looking at there thinking the channel, okay, we've had this channel, we've made a new bottoming pattern. And it may well work. But I'm just not a massive fan. Okay, so it's working. I mean, am I overthinking things? Sorry about that. Okay, that worked. See, for me at the moment, the overall is bearish, and I'm just a bit nervous about taking that. Now, there will be some out there. I bet some of you guys have taken it. Okay, clearly did work. Trouble is, I've got that little bit of just a nervousness, and it's just making me a little bit cautious. See, if you're only scalping points or a point, then, you know, maybe taking that one, maybe taking that one. A lot of these trades, you know, even if they don't technically work, they still scalp a point. So a lot of times you can get out of it just purely because of the fact that, you know, it's only 4 ticks. Okay, so we've had this channel, we've had a break, we've had 2 pushes up to a new high, sort of bounced at that midline. So, yeah, I'm not feeling anything at the moment. I want to see if Matt's got us anything. Let's have a look. Not yet. Yes, he has. Good. See how he's looking at this. Interesting. Okay, he's basically got it going from there along the tops like that, and he's got that down there, which is unusual. I've never quite seen him do a channel like that, really, in all fairness. So what I will say is looking, let me just drag it in, looking at, yeah, see, that's how he's got it. It's a bit unusual. Bit unorthodox even for Mac, isn't it? You think it's probably because there's a midline there, but he's also got the daily. We've got the daily moving up, and it's sort of hit this area, and it looks like we may get some downward stuff. So that would make sense, but unusual. Okay, so we've had a break for this, and we've had a couple of pushes up. So another reason why I wouldn't be thinking about going short just yet. I don't think we can enlarge this. Maybe we can. Let's get rid of that. So what I can see is there's not large amounts of liquidity up here, which tells me it's more likely going to go down. So I think when it does eventually turn, I can see it doing it with some speed. So we're not far off this now. Let's have a look. Could be a leg and a leg. Still not a fan of that, really. I suppose it's all we've got at the moment. Okay, excuse me just for 2 minutes. Okay, we've literally just bounced there. That's played out. So thank you, Nick. Thank you, mate. Finally at the big 40. I think. I always forget. Oh dear, I wish it. Oh, markets have been so tough lately. It'd be nice for it to give out. It'd be nice to just have a nice. Yeah, it was my birthday yesterday. It'd be nice to have a nice trade, just because it's my birthday. It'd be nice for another market. Now it's making upward moves. Means all supports made from 44.11 are important. Yeah, what I can see is there's some very strong liquidity there. Excuse me a second. Sorry. Let me just feather this out a bit. It's a bit better. Make this a nice pretty colour. There we go. Thank you, Sally. I appreciate that. Thank you. I'm 54, so in all honesty, I'm trying to forget. When you're at a certain age, you want to forget your birthdays, but no, I don't know. I've still got a young daughter, so birthday still means something at the moment. What are we doing here? Oh dear. So hard to know, isn't it? Now, Mac's obviously drawn this like this. I wouldn't have drawn this like this personally, but it may work out okay. So we may push up to these levels. See, I'm thinking bearish at the moment, but this is a big enough channel to be able to take longs in it, even if I'm thinking about bearish anyway. But, I mean, we touched here, touched here, touched here. It's clearly working this channel. There's no argument there. But you just got to be a bit careful. Okay, so we got a channel there. We've had a break. Let's see if we get a new low and then maybe look for a higher low or something. You got to be careful though, because I don't know, things are still looking bearish for me. There's certainly a lot more liquidity downwards than there is upwards. But who knows? Who knows? You don't know what's going to change, do you? Ate way too much cake yesterday, so healthy day today. So porridge, blueberries and nuts this morning to make up for all the crap I ate yesterday. Okay, so short-term trend channel break, looking for a new low, and then maybe a higher low if I think we're going up. Now, that is around about the... have a look. Okay, the stronger part of it is 25, which is around about there, but there is a little bit leading up to it. So I would say, why aren't you moving up? Based on that, if we can manage to hold this line, I'd say it's probably going to make a new high before it considers. Having said that, there's quite a lot of shorts coming in at 44.20, which is here. So maybe this is some downwards. It's hard to say. Yeah, look. Yes, 240 orders, short orders there. Let's see what happens. So we've had a break of this channel. A new It's actually broke outside, so I'm still thinking short at the moment. Well, I say short, I'm still thinking downwards at the moment. But obviously things can change quite quickly. We've had a break here. You would expect to make a new high. But it's just... we have a look at that, see if it hits that 220 level, see what happens. If it hits that 220 level and just drops, that might be... let's have a look. Okay, it's hit that 220. It's sucking up them orders now. They're gone now. Okay, let's see what happens. See if it eats through them. We've got more buyers and sellers at the moment, aggressive buyers. I can't just buy that bar, though, because it might trigger and then drop. I mean, we have had this channel, short-term trend channel, we've had a break and a new low, clearly. 23 to 25, so there's still liquidity up here. See how this finishes, see if it gives us a higher low. I just want to check. So triangle once, triangle twice. There's a possible failure there. At the moment, prices are being held by this EMA, so what do I think is going to happen? I really don't know. I know how strong this liquidity is, and this is here, so... it's struggling. You had anything today of your neck, or have you just started? Okay, if we can get a higher low, it's tried a couple of times to push down. Let me have a look. That liquidity is appearing a bit up here, so I expect to make a new high if we can get a higher low. Yeah, that's what concerns me. In my opinion, we've clearly got a downward bias, but I don't usually counter trend trade, but this is such a big channel, and it's such a, kind of a big channel here that I've got no problem with going along there. I mean, even from where we are now to these liquidity levels is 5 points away. I'm quite happy. Thanks, Chris. Thank you, mate. I'm quite happy going long if the opportunity arises, but it's going to have to be a damn good setup to get me in there, because another 54 years to go. 54. I'm quite a young 54, though. I act like a 2-year-old when I'm around my daughter and my mates. I think that's the best way. I'm not very serious about life. I don't take many things too seriously. I'm certainly what I wouldn't call a serious person. There's enough serious people out there. When I'm out with friends, I'm a practical joker. I mess around. I act like a 2-year-old. All the stuff that, all the good stuff. There's enough serious people out there. I don't get offended easy. You can say anything about me or my family. It doesn't bother me. I'm not one of these, these people. But I think if you keep your mind young and that age, well, to a degree, it makes a difference. But so, I mean, it's clearly a channel, but it doesn't necessarily mean it's going to break and make a new high. It also looks like a couple of legs. But I am aware of this. We're working downwards to that higher low after the trend break. one there? No, that one there. Why didn't I take that? Right, okay. I think I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why I didn't take it. If it is that one, because I had these. I'm thinking bearish at the moment. I think I had something like that, didn't I? And I was a bit concerned it was going sideways, and I thought it may trap me. Sometimes I think, see, you're constantly evolving and adapting, and sometimes you can go from being a little bit too risky to being the opposite way. You know, when you get trapped a few times, you tend to get a bit overcautious, and yeah, that one. And sometimes you can be thinking, oh, there's got to be a trap here. Oh, we've had one leg up, two legs up. I'm thinking down. And sometimes you're missing what's right at the end of your nose. And I think I'm probably going for a phase like that now, which I think is okay. I'd rather be overcautious than to be, you know, too risky, because if you start chucking trades left, right and centre, you're going to damage yourself. You're not going to do yourself any damage being, you know, too overcautious. So I think it's just part of the journey, isn't it? You'll go from, you know, maybe from one extreme to another. But that's okay. I'm certainly I'm on the better side of the spectrum, shall we say. But yeah, that was okay actually. One leg up, two legs up, and then a bit more for luck. I mean, what I think I need to do, it's certainly a big enough channel to be able to take, you know, a channel like that, then maybe you don't want to be counter trend trading, but a channel like this, there's clearly plenty to be made. I mean, what did you get? There would have been possible 5 points out there, maybe a bit more, easily. I mean, even if you took that first swing, I could, you know, I go between 2 and 4 points. I'd have had whatever I wanted out of that. So, okay, so we've had this little break here, a little bit of sideways. Are we going to make a new high? I think it's more likely. Let me have a look. Yeah, the strongest of that liquidity is at 23, which is about there. So if I could get something, I would prefer to be out around about there. Let's have a look. Yeah. Purple trend a little steeper, that one there, did you? So you'd have had that like that, wouldn't you? Oh, yeah. Did I have that first? I think I did, didn't I? Okay. Touch. Yeah. Did I have that like that? I don't know. I did. Yes, I did, didn't I? And then I brought it out. So, yeah. I just think I left that. I can't remember what I said. I'll have to look. I tend to look back around areas, certain areas. I mean, touch. We're clearly working there. You can tell that from the tops work nice as well. I can probably take that down a bit. Everything fits nice there. And yeah, we've had a break. Right, I'll tell you what it was. I'm thinking back now. We had this channel down here. I thought it might be leg, break, leg, down channel, break, new low. So I think if I remember what, I probably didn't take that because I was concerned about it triggering and coming down. But I'd say now I've seen it work, I'm probably thinking a little bit too much into it. As I mentioned, you go from, so we could now be looking at leg down and down, and we see this all the time, bear flag, leg. In fact, I won't be surprised if that breaks below there, we're going to come straight down. So I think it's fair to assume then that channel's had a break, and 1, 2, 3 pushes up to, well, 4 pushes up to a new high. Look, liquidity a little bit more than that now. Yeah. So what are you 6 ticks at the moment, Nick? Are you trade 6 ticks? This is when I find out how big your balls are. Okay, that has broke below there, so I'd say now. For me, I'd say this is coming down. You think that too? Yeah. I don't think it's a bad thing. It's certainly better to be more on the side of the cautious than the other way around. If you're the other way around, you and I think it's a process, isn't it? You go, you know, like I've mentioned many times, you blow account multiple times, and then you start to get a bit cautious. excuse me. And then when you get cautious, you start to build accounts and you start to make money, and then you start to feel good, and then you sort of embrace that feeling, don't you? And then you tend to probably get a bit more cautious. So this is just maybe the next leg of the journey, or another leg of the journey. But it's certainly a safer journey, a safer section of the journey, isn't it, to be a little bit more cautious. So yeah, I didn't think about it like that way. That perhaps this is just this next layer of me, you know, being a little bit careful, which is a better place to be in, I think. So hard to know what to do here. There's nothing there's nothing you can do really. Try go once. Actually, that's the failure there. It hasn't broken higher apart from once here. It does look like we're having a leg and then a leg. Trouble is, I see this all the time, and quite often it goes down, but this latter part of the day is just making me a little bit unsure exactly as to what's going on. I mean, you never really know, but if you've got a nice steady downtrend, things are a lot more straightforward to read. Top dogs are super cautious. Don't mind seeing something go by. Yeah, absolutely. You're never going to lose money by letting something go by, are you? But if you take a trade, a poor trade. But yeah, I did this about a month ago. I got trapped, I think, the day before. And then when I was in similar scenario, I looked into it too much and stayed out the trade, and it rocketed off. But I think it's learning to balance on both sides of the spectrum, isn't it? To know when to be cautious, and it's just finding some balance, isn't it? You know, but like I say, we're not trading from morning to night. Our trades are lasting, you know, seconds or a minute. So, you know, I don't necessarily need to think about what it's doing in the next 30 minutes, do I? It's irrelevant, really. What I need to do is to know what it's going to do in the next 30 seconds, really. And thinking about it, this break, I mean, I've been caught out in these before. It was a leg, a couple of legs of correction, and then another leg, although that leg was slightly higher. And then we had a channel and a break, and I've been caught out in these before. You know, I've taken a lower high and it's triggered me and come down. And what's happened is we've had a channel, we've had a break, two pushes out, and then down. So I tend to, you know, when you experience these levels where you've been caught out before, you tend to be a little bit overcautious. Which, as I say, is not a terrible thing. It's just, you know, it's just then finding some balance. But yeah, you're not going to do yourself any harm by letting a trade go by, are you? If you're not sure, I suppose better to be. I mean, you're constantly learning. No, you know, I never dreamed it would take this long to read these markets, but now I've been, you know, reading them for 2 years. I can tell how it takes a lifetime to sort of semi-master them, if you like. And just by doing this day by day, I can see you'll be learning year after year, year after year. You know, every time something traps you, every time you see a pattern and it does this and does that, it'll be, you know, it'll be fine-tuning that memory gland, won't it? And sooner or later you should be nice and proficient at it, you know, but always learning. I mean, we've got some great guitar players in the world, but, you know, I mean, they can pretty much do anything with a guitar, but they're still learning. It's still that type of instrument that you need to master. And you know, maybe one begs the question, do you ever really master it? I suppose it's when someone gets to the stage that they think they can't learn anything more out the market, then that's probably when they need to maybe get back to the basics. You know, you can never assume, I don't think, can you? You can never assume you can master this, because they can come back and it can come back and haunt you, can't it? If you know, never assume you're too good for the market. Always be. I mean, I've had many people say to me, stay humble. And after knowing how the market's crucified me in the past, there's not a true word spoken. Okay, so you could say that's a hidden second entry short, depending on how bearish it comes, but I'm still a bit unsure as to whether we're going up or down. I mean, it's bearish, but it didn't come down strongly enough to indicate to me there's some shorts buying that. So it has triggered, but it's dangerous in my opinion. If it came up there and dropped quickly and ended up closing below there, then maybe I'll be interested. In fact, we could have a leg and another legger. Who knows? Absolutely. Exponential trader, yeah, the more you know. The more you know you don't know. Absolutely right. That's a tongue twister, but yeah, absolutely right. Max says he learns more every day. You can feel that you learn more, can't you? You know, I've been trapped in areas like that before, but you know, sometimes you've just got to not maybe overcomplicate things. But the trouble is, you learn all these things, and you know, I've got trapped in areas like that. But obviously, context make a difference. So you know, it's finding that balance, isn't it? You learn so much, and then you may get into areas that sort of contradict themselves. But I think after a while, you find some stability or some balance, whatever way you want to call it, and then you start to get. Let's say, without being too big-headed or too overconfident, proficient, because at some point you'll get good enough to be able to make consistent gains. One would think, anyway. You know, without you know, jumping to conclusions that you've got things sussed. Well, obviously, the more you do things, the better you become at it, and at some point you'll become proficient enough to start making regular gains, assuming you have, you know, the psychological side of things. You know, sewed up to a degree. Okay, so we've got some liquidity levels at 22 up here. We've also got a bit at 25 and a bit at 26, which gets us closer to this top level here. So maybe we've worked in this top tier, then we've had a push down, and we've sort of worked a bit sideways. But we do seem like we're working up. But I still have this thing in my mind that it may come tumbling down. I don't think there's any type of another channel there. Possibly, but I'm not a fan of it. I've got to say, it's about as messy as they come. I think it's better to say we've had that channel there, we've had a break, and we've had a push up to a new high, and it's a bit congested, I suppose, a little bit sideways, maybe breakout. Okay, so maybe you could have that one. If you took that one there. I mentioned that was dangerous. It triggered you and then stopped you out. If you took that one there, I think you may be okay. That is more like a fade rather than that, really. It's pushed up, touched this liquidity levels, picked up some of it, and then dropped nice and strongly. But you wouldn't have got 2 points. Now, this is slowly for me. Actually, there's a failure there which is triggered. It's gone without me now anyway. But we're going a bit sideways. We got this low here. Triangle once, triangle twice. Failure. Now, I don't know why people call them dojis. That's about as bullish as you can get, really. It's come right the way down and finished as high as it can get. Let's see if that would have made 2 points. It's got to push through this liquidity level first. In fact, I'd have probably come out for 6 ticks if I'd have taken that. But if it does push up against this, I dare say there'll be some shorts there. It may be working up. I'm just trying to think. There must be something there. Let's have a look. It may turn into something like that. I am starting to think we are pushing up to these areas. No trades yet today. No, me neither, bud. I don't think that's a bad thing. Market's been tough today. I think if you haven't taken a trade today, you've not done a bad job at all. With the exception of that one, I think that was an okay trade, actually. And judging by the outcome, it clearly pushed up there. So, obviously, there'd have been quite a few. Obviously, Nick took that one. I don't know about anything else, but the way that pushed up, usually, if you get a good setup, just what happens in the next few bars indicate how good a setup it was. Okay, so we got a leg, a break. We may get another leg up here. So I don't think it was a terrible trade. That would have made you 2 points. It was a failure. So our liquidity level has been taken. So this now just could be. Let's get rid of that a minute. Well, let's change the colour. Let's go orange. TDL, I found this recent live trade pretty inspirational. I switched back for 1 point target, but more contracts up. 462 today. Excellent. Good on you, mate. If I could get to 462 every day, I'd be the happiest man alive. You do that on a bunch of accounts, you can make yourself a ton of money. Yeah, it's just clearly choppy, isn't it? I mean, it is moving, but there are areas it's choppy. I wish Mac could give us a few different pictures, maybe one an hour after the market, maybe one, mid-afternoon, just to see how his charts developed. Touch is nice there, but I think it's because it's got a mixture of this side, this range, and that one. It's okay. That might look better. It's not the best looking channel I've seen, but it's not the worst either. Trouble is, if you don't get your channel right, you could be taking trades right in the wrong place. See, there was a failure there, but you're quite close to these tops, and I'd prefer it a little bit further down. So leg, break, leg. I'm expecting to get up here. In fact, I've just looked on the Facebook group, and a guy, I won't say his name anyway, but he's just took 2 shorts in there. So, still thinking that's the trouble, really. It's very easy. He's taken a short there. and he's taken a short there, I think. So what he's done, obviously, he's taken a short there. He's thinking channel break new low. Now, that's what I was doing, but the difference is I give it chance to trigger first just to see what's going on. He also took a short there, I think. Yeah, there. Because the trouble is, obviously, with this down stuff, it's very easy to get caught in. As I've mentioned, it's really easy to get caught in that mindset of we're going down. Now, it doesn't mean we can still go down, but obviously at the moment we're going up. You know, I mean, obviously there's an overall downtrend, but at this section you could take a trade. You know, obviously this is a bigger channel. It may come back to this area. It's hard to know, but it's very easy. I can see why he did it, because it's very easy to think in, you know, break, new high, try go once, try go twice, failure, take a short, triggered, stopped out. Same again, channel down there, break, obviously taking a short here, triggered, stopped out. It's easy to get caught into this mindset of we're in an overall this or we're in an overall downtrend or uptrend, and it's easy to get caught. And but sometimes you obviously things are changing at the moment. Now it could mean we're pushing up, we may get up here and it could turn into a big range day, but it's important to be able to adapt, and that's what I found a bit difficult to do. I still get caught in this mindset. The only difference now is, as opposed to me taking trades like this, I tend to stay out now and miss trades, which I think is okay. It's certainly a safer place to be, but it's about finding balance. Once you find that balance, things should start to sort of be a little bit clearer. Okay, so yeah, it's still a bit unclear. It's clearly chopping backwards and forwards. It seems to be, if you count that touch there, touch a couple of times up there, then back here a bunch of times, and up here. It definitely seems to be going a bit sideways. Channel break, new high. Now there could be a bigger channel there, but it just doesn't look very clear to me. You got your 2 points off that. Good on you, mate. Yeah, it's a failure. Bar's about as bullish as you can get, really. It's just literally opened, came back down, and finished there. So it's made 2 attempts to go lower. So it's clearly pushed up and bounced here. So there's definitely a couple of points there easily. I'm just a little bit unsure there, so that little extra cautious part, mate. If we can get a lower high here, I'm still thinking that this liquidity is strong down here. Now, whether we'll get up, oh shit, whether we'll get up to these levels or not, remains to be seen. But at the moment, we've had this channel, we've had a break, we've had a few pushes up, and now we're going a bit sideways. Still aware it's very strong down here, so I would like to think we're going to make a new low of the day. Now this half price reset we got finishes on Wednesday, which is tomorrow night. So fingers crossed, I think we're going to have another 80% off. Possibly 90, I don't know. Maybe they'll save the 90s for the bigger holidays, but I could certainly see us having another 80% off. And I know that because, as I've mentioned before, I can tell how many they sell because I know how many I sell. you know, with being an affiliate, you don't get many when it's half price and the resets. You get a few here or there. So I can see them having another 80% minimum anyway. Let's go with 80%. So it finishes the half price resets and the half price. The thing is half price, what is it? $50,000, $75. You're not going to pay that. Not when you can pay 33. I wouldn't anymore. So, which is why I think, because they've done it so much, I can't see it working any other way now. So after midnight tomorrow, I'd expect another good discount. Now, if Darryl happened to be watching this, I might have to kiss goodbye to that. You got a big holiday on the 4th of July. Yeah. I would say, where are we now? This is my prediction. We have an 80% off starting Thursday morning, and that will change to a 90% off for the 4th of July. Obviously, 4th of July is a big holiday for you guys. So that's my prediction. 80% off till Thursday. Whether they'll hold out till the 4th of July and do a 90, I don't know. I can't see it because there's another 2 weeks left to the 4th of July, and I can't see them not having a good offer to entice people to continue to buy for the next 2 weeks. So my prediction is 80% off and 90% off 4th of July. Okay, so I am starting to think now we are moving up. Not a fan of that. If we can get above here, then I expect to get closer to this area here. So possible lower high. This is where you've got to be careful. You could get a second entry long. If there's a lower high there in this range, if that triggers, comes down and pushes up bullish, it's also a second entry long. So we're going up or down. We've got to be so careful. So far, we're slowly working up, but things can change. You never know with Apex now. They are getting more predictable with their offers because people just you'll do way more evaluations because you get more value. And they know you'll blow evaluations as well. It's a lot easier to take a risk when you've paid $33 than it is when you've paid $75. Okay, so let's see what we do here. Scooped up a couple of 50s, Bullocks for 15 lifetime. The thing about Bullocks though is that you have to hit 2,000 on each PA before you're able to trade the next one. That's unusual. I don't know why you don't move to Apex. I'll tell you what, I've looked into a bunch of them and I can't find anyone who can get close to Apex. But I suppose if you've got a bunch of PA accounts, I get why you might not want to move, but okay, so leg, maybe another leg. So, let's have a look what's going on here. Yeah, it's unusual that, isn't it? See, I can trade 20 PA accounts at the same time. I mean, if that pushes up there and bounces off the side and comes down, then I'll think maybe that channel has got some validity. Could be a bit of a spike in channel, it's possible. Touch, bit of a spike, touch. Okay, let's go with that for now. It's probably as good as we've got. Let's remove that for a minute. Well, that's what I mean, Chris. It may be. Looking at the overall picture, it may get up to these levels and then start to work down. So perhaps we've had this one tier and then we've had a strong push into this bottom tier, gone a little bit sideways and upwards, and we seem to be pushing. Perhaps we're going to bounce off this area and then drop like a stone. Who knows? Put it this way, if you're looking at the heat map on Bookmap, the strong levels of liquidity are down here, which is a low of the day. And if we do make that, then, you know, I'm back in the... I'm back thinking that we're going short again, and we've got levels down here as well, so which would indicate coming down to the bottom of this larger channel. So perhaps this is just working our way back up and retesting these levels again. Who knows? We'll soon find out if we get up here. When it's slowly moving up means it's creating multiple supports. Yeah, of course it is. Push up, some support there, some support there, some support there. Yeah, it is. It'd be interesting to see what happens, whether there's, see, 25, there's a chunk of liquidity at 25, which is here. But ultimately, we'll see whether buyers are going to back out and sellers will come in when we get to this area, if we get to this area. Yeah, I didn't know that about bullet locks, actually. I didn't know you could only work on one at the same time and get them up. See, the whole idea, well, I suppose the main idea is obviously to build them up, but if you've got to build each individual one up, presumably you've got to keep it above there. It just takes a lot longer to make money, really, doesn't it? See if I can build up over maybe a few months. I mean, my plan is if I can get an account to somewhere between 5,000 and 7,000, I'll make my decision then. But if I can get to say $7,000 per account and I withdraw 2,000, and then all I'll do is every month is anything above that $5,000 that I have left, I'll take as a payment. So if I do another $2,000 per account, I'll take another out. If I do a bit more, so I'll try and continuously keep $5,000 in there. But I suppose the beauty of it is if you happen to make $4,000 a month, you leave 2,000 in there, which will take your account then till 7, and you withdraw 2,000 out, and that way you can let the account, you let the account slowly build, so you can eventually then start increasing your contract size, but just take that regular $2,000 a month out. I mean, if you can withdraw $2,000 from 10 accounts, that's a fair chunk of change. And then if you can obviously, anything else you make above 2,000 per account, I mean, you're only looking at making $500 per account with 2 contracts. That should be pretty straightforward. Maybe some days, some weeks you may only hit that 500, but some days you may hit, but it's only $100. I mean, if you can do 1 trade a day for 2 points, that's $1,000 a week. It's $4,000 a month. You withdraw 2,000 and then let the other 2,000 continue to build that account. I kind of like something along the lines of that, really. 300 is like, 300k is like $600 or something to activate the PA account. Oh, for you want, is it really? Yeah, personally, for me, the trouble with a $300,000 account now, if you've got a lot of money and a lot of savings and you're a very, very confident trader, then maybe you can do it. But you've got to make $20,000, and that's a fair chunk. Now, your drawdown is only $7,500, whereas all I've got to make is $3,000 with drawdown of $2,500 on a 50,000 account. And the most you can trade is 10 accounts, 10 contracts. I can't see why you would want to trade any more than 10. If you've got 20 accounts and you're trading 10 contracts, and if you're averaging, let's say, 2 points a day, 10 contracts, 2 points, what's that? That's $1,000 a day times 20. That's $20,000 a day over 20 accounts. 10 days, 200. That's a huge amount. 10 contracts, as far as I'm concerned, is all you'd ever really need. It's just a lot quicker to start building and start making money. For me, I don't see the point of the 300,000. For me, it's just it doesn't make sense to me. It's a more of a statement amount than, I might be wrong. Other people, might see it in a completely different place, but for me, since all the Apex deals, yeah, you would think so, wouldn't you? Trouble is, if you get a company that's miles ahead of another company in terms of offers, you're going to start turning heads quick, and people, when they get settled, and the trouble is, if I've got 20 accounts, I can't decide really, I want to go with you withdraw your money, but if you've got accounts building up nice in Apex, you've got no problems with them and you're getting paid, there's no call to go anywhere else really. It's not worth cashing everything in and moving because you've got to build them all up again. So if you're tied in with a prop firm and you've got accounts, live accounts, and you're making money, then you've got to stay. Yeah, I'm not sure. Aren't their rules a lot more stringent than Apex? Interesting. Okay, so we pushed up. We're clearly coming sideways. You could say that was a sort of a triple test. I don't know. This is the area I want to be careful. Taking a trade floating here. I'd like to think we're coming up higher, but strong liquidity levels at 25. It's not the best looking channel, is it? I'll give you that. It's still choppy, isn't it? Oh, we got a channel, maybe a bit of sideways, maybe possibly a second entry long there. Risky. Risky. Do you know what? I'm not even a fan of that. I would say it's just that and then sideways. Yeah, that looks much better. I'm looking upon this as, yeah, it's a leg, a channel with a break and a few push up to new high, and then we seem to be working sideways. So I'm not drawing that as a bigger channel because for me it just doesn't make sense. So much better to leave it like that. In fact, let's change that to a different color. Let's go with the blue. Oh, I like that. Yeah, it's a push up with a break, and then we're going sideways. We've touched a few times and we've come back. I don't think it's this bit that sticks out. I don't think there's a bigger channel there. I might be wrong, and it might make more sense a little bit further on, but I'd say we've got to push up and a break and we're going sideways, and then at some point I think it's likely, based on the liquidity levels, that we may hit this level and then push down. See if this comes back down and bounces off here, and I'm all on those lines there. Your channel is different. Yeah. Top of a potential range, yeah. I think this is more of a range at the moment. I mean, we touched there, touched a bunch of times there, touched there, popped out, came back in, touch. For me at the moment, we've had this push break, and now we're ranging. Now, we could have another push out and retest these levels, or we could start to work down from here. I'm not sure. It's not making much sense to me. Channel similar to where you had it, but from the lows of the day. Here. Yeah, see, I had it like that. And that may be right. It just... I don't know. I'm not a massive fan of it. I think it's safe to go with that one for sure, then a break. Okay, liquidity level's strong at here. Very strong at 10. The strongest levels are at 10 and 400. There's like 400 orders down here and further. So for me, I mean, this could be a channel with a couple of legs of correction, a bit of sideways, and then down some more. Trouble is, you can get chopped up in here, and I've done it before. So as much as I want to take a trade today, I'm quite happy to sit out. I mean, there's a possible failure may occur now, but I think that's dangerous. So many times I've taken these and it drops down and then pushes up, and you end up having something bigger going up. Okay, see if that comes down. Okay, there's a failure there. See how that reacts. Tempting to go short there, but we're right in the middle of this. And I've got trapped in areas like that before, so I tend to give them a miss now. I think it's not going to turn into a good bar anyway by the looks of things, so... and I do not really want to be going along right in the middle of there. No, it's turning out naff anyway, the bar, so that's fine. Kind of glad. Let me just... I'll tell you what, someone's just mentioned something. I think it was you, Chris, about a bigger channel. Maybe there is a bigger channel, and now we're on our way down. Let's have a look. Okay, so... maybe... now, I kind of like that now. That would make sense to me. And I'll tell you what I'm thinking now. We've had a break and a couple of pushes up to a new high. So now we're working down. Let me just put that into place. Touch. So, touch. Let's just bring that down a fraction. I kind of like that. And we've had a break, a little bit of sideways, and we pushed up a few times, and we made a new high. Not the high I would have liked. So now maybe this is... I think we just need to fade this out a little bit, because I don't think it's as important as I initially thought. So there is a failure there which has triggered, but it's a little bit congested here. Do I think it's coming down? I think it might be. I think there's some longs there and some longs there, so it's not the best looking failure, but anybody else in that failure there? Trouble is, if you're not exactly confident where you got your channel that's right, it's hard sometimes to make an effective decision on exactly what to do. There's probably some, Chris, I think. I don't know. Okay, so if you did take that now, your knees will be knocking. I think doesn't Sam trade the Sania trade the NQ? I think he might. That actually might not be a million miles away. It's hard to say. Okay, so try one try. It's a failure. So it's a first entry actually. Yeah, it is. I mean, you could go short there. You might get trapped. You could go long there, and it looks like you're going to get trapped. You may have took the failure. It triggered you. You were trapped. Yeah, it's a danger zone, this, isn't it? I mean, as bearish as that's looking, it's so tempting. And to be fair, you know, once we, you know, if you get enough people in, that may work its way down to here, but it's too fresh for my blood. It's quite a big chunk anyway. I suppose you may be some longs there, so if you can push down, they have pushed down, so it may reach it, but it's just trap city for me. There is a channel working there, so but if I took that one, I'd know I'd be taking a risk there. Now there'll be some stops here, and quite likely some stops there, so if it does get below these, then it may hit the bottom. Okay, so if you took that, then look, let's pull back a bit there. That's the trouble. There's so many traps there. Took the failure, you're lost. If you took that long, thinking we're going up, you're lost. If you took that one, you're in that at the moment. I think it's probably your safest trade out of all this lot, but it's still risky. Maybe it'll give you, maybe that'll trap, maybe that's a lower high. But I don't know, it's risky. Bye for now, take care. Yeah, you too, Sanya. Thanks for all your advice, mate, your input. We all appreciate it. Pure shite. Yeah, you're not wrong. Yes, if you took that short, who knows? Okay, that's going to get stopped out. I wouldn't suppose it'd get all the way there without taking that out. So if you're thinking it's coming down, you may have taken that one. Certainly looked nice and bearish right under the EMA. If you're thinking we're coming down, it might not be the worst place to take a trade. But that's the trouble, unless it's a really good setup. Yeah, it is brutal, isn't it? I'm just quite glad I've stayed out of it up until now. That's the only one I've seen, actually. I left that one. I got a bit paranoid after about the break of this channel, but a few took that one. And obviously, judging by what happened with the bars, you always sell the good trades because they just move up because every man and his dog will have probably jumped on that. Hence, a lot of buyers and push the price up. So there is that liquidity level here. So if we can hit that and then drop quickly, then I may be interested in going short. The only thing for me is if it's touched here, touched a bunch of times, we've pushed up. Now we've come off these tops now, and we've only got 3/4 of the way down here. So maybe there's something bigger working. I don't know. Maybe there's something bigger. I'm not sure. It's not. Whatever it is, it's not clear. So let's see if it hits this liquidity levels. $25, so we're about 4 ticks off from pushing through it. We look like we're in a short-term trend channel, so it may indeed push through there. Okay, one more tick and that should absorb them. Okay. Yeah, you too. Thanks, Indy. I'll see you tomorrow, bud. Okay. Sideways and up some more, I think. Be interesting to see what happens when it gets to this area here. I mean, it may turn into a bloody big range day after all. Interesting. Really big bearish bar there. Really interesting. And as tempted as I am to take that, I'm leaving it alone because I know this area is quite important. It may get back to the EMA. I'm not a fan of it though. I'm just not a fan of these. I mean, we've had this channel, we've had a break, we've pushed up, and we're still slowly working up. So in my opinion, that's a bit risky. You may get in a bit, but I don't know. That's risky. So that liquidity area has been sucked up. So 27.5 is next. Now with that there, it tells me this may push up a little higher. That's about as high as it gets. There is some at 30, but after that, which strangely enough 30 is right close to the top of this channel. So I would say personally, if you took a short there, it's going to work past there, and you're going to get taken out. If you have took a short, I hope it doesn't if you haven't gone short there, but it's clearly sort of going sideways, and it's very easy to get sucked into that. thinking short and all that, and it is possible it worked, but with these liquidity levels here, what is that, around about 27? It's about there actually. 27.75, something like that. It's around about there. Interesting, a lower high, that may suck some more shorts in, which is triggered. Interesting, it may come down. Personally, how did you practice your patience, Lance? Lots of losses, I think, mate. At some point, I think you get to the stage where nothing you're doing is working, and the reason being is just because your patience is diminishing and you're taking poor trades. So what I do now is I only take a trade that jumps out at me, as opposed to the ones, I spend such a lot of time thinking, okay, there's a failure there, let's go there. Now, for me, it's not a great looking bar. The context is wrong and it stopped you out. So I think sometimes when you lose and you have failure after failure, and you're going to as a new trader, and then I think at some point something just changes, and that's the only thing I can put it down to. As much as I want to trade today, and I really do, but he got talked to by his wife. There's probably some truth in that, in all fairness. But yeah, I think it's just something that happens naturally when you get that pissed off constantly with blown accounts and losing. You feel sick enough times, sooner or later you'll stick your fingers down your throat and get rid of it. That's probably not the best analogy, but that's what I put it down to. Just time. We can train our bodies and minds to do many things, and I think enough sort of disappointment and frustration, and I think it goes. So there's a failure there. Now I think it's going to push above here and trap, and it might get a bit of a push. Unfortunately, I'm not taking it just that far from the EMA, and not only that, it is a little bit congested there, so it could set up a long trap and a short trap. So I'd say for sure there's some shorts in there, and for sure there's some shorts in there. So it may trigger the failure and then come down. So it could go up, it could come down. I'd say it's more likely to go up, but I wouldn't bet on it. Once it gets above these areas, I can see it having a little quick push. But yeah, you just don't know. It could come down now, see? Okay, so that's taken out them stops. Now, as it's above there, I think it's probably likely to hit that as well. So if I was going to take a trade here, I'd probably only do it for a point, but it's just not worth the risk for that. I'd still like it to, it's going to push above here now. I'd still like it to get to this area before I think about what I'm doing. Unfortunately, times are ticking. Okay, that's eating any possible stops there. Okay, so if you had taken a trade here, you'd have got a couple of points out of it. I'm just not a massive fan because I've thought, oh yeah, a couple of shorts, they're going to get trapped, and I've ended up getting trapped myself. So I just leave them now, and yeah, if it can pick up this liquidity, you'd have got 2 points out of that. And a react to 30 or 32 with my guess, yeah. That is there's some there, a lump of liquidity there. In fact, it's just under there, it's about there. No, not that one. And there's some at 30, and some at just under 32. So as sort of, you know, we knew there was a good chance. It's still very choppy and dangerous to trade. It's hard to trade any of this lot. I mean, look, if you'd have taken that failure, you'd have lost. If you'd have taken that bearish one because it looked nice, you'd have lost. If you'd have taken that short or that short, you'd have lost. I mean, in the past, I'd have taken both of those and I'd have lost both of them. Now I leave them alone. To me, that's picking a top. There's nothing left of it really that can indicate it's going to change there. So 2 possible trades that I'd have lost. I may have taken a failure just because it was a failure, but the context is wrong for me. I may have taken that one just because the bar looked nice and bearish. Love them bars when they sit under there, but it did nothing. I left that. So I'm definitely in a better place now. I'm definitely less likely to blow accounts now. I'm just going through that level of getting a little bit overcautious, and it probably take a bit of time to build an account, but that's okay. Much better to be overcautious than just damn too risky. It's more gambling, and you know, if I'm honest, a lot of what I've traded in the past has been gambling. You know, sometimes I've got pissed off with losing. I just hit buy and sell multiple times and try and get lucky. I'd say 1, 2 in 10 times it might work, but the rest, it won't work. You can't base running a business on a win rate of 20%. But try telling that to yourself when you're in, you know, those emotions are flowing. So 30 and 32, so that's taken. Now the top line is around about 32. Now I can't see anything else strong above there. So if we, you know, that, I mean, that might be saying, okay, we're based on all this. If we can push up here to there, I'm willing to go short. Or if we can push up there, I'm willing to go short. Or it might be people taking profits. But it'd be interesting to see what happens now. See, we've hit that line. So let's see if this indeed does end up being just a bigger channel. See, when I first drew that from Mac, I thought it looked odd, but all of a sudden now it doesn't. You know. Now, I did mention that I didn't think this channel looked right, but when it pushes up, it may look a bit better. Now, funnily enough, it looks a little better now, doesn't it? Now that looks a bit better now. Yeah, touch, 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 touch. Kind of fits nice, relatively nice. There's probably some smaller ones in there. There's that little channel we discussed there where we had the break. But we're bouncing a couple of times here, so that liquidity now has come back a bit. 31 3/4, I think. Something like that. Yeah. Interesting. That has gone. Let's see what happens now. So, it's definitely an overshoot, whether it's from here or from here. So, an overshoot from this channel could result in a reversal, which is mean down. An overshoot from this channel is a break, which could mean down. So I'd say, based on the liquidity I can see, I'd say it's more likely to go down than up. So I did draw this earlier, but I got rid of it, but I'm going to put it in again. Leg. Past that now. So interested to see what happens. That is gone. So there is a little bit at 30. A few buy orders. So hard to pull the trigger today. Yeah, you're not wrong, mate. To be honest with you, most people are feeling like that. So if you're feeling the same way, then you're doing the right things. You're making all the right decisions. It is hard to pull the trigger because it's not clear. It's unpredictable. There's lots of areas of chop where you're not sure what it's doing. I mean, look at this, down, up. It's literally shooting up and down, but it's finishing in different areas. So it's definitely a tough day. But days like this, if you can manage not to take a trade, the only trade I can see really is that one there. That higher low. I left it because I was panicking about this. I thought we might have a couple of legs and then down some more, but that's probably me overthinking. So if you took that trade, that was clearly the trade of the day for me. Unfortunately, my mind was thinking down at the time. So but apart from that, there's not much else. I dare say Mac might find about 30, but there we go. So, is it going to end up just being a bigger range? It could well push up. Can turn into a big range day, really. I mean, it's, if you look at that and take away that, it's rangy, isn't it? So it's a bit hard to say, really. There is a bit of liquidity at 35, which is here, just under the official open. Okay. There is a little bit of resistance here. I think it's too far distance to call it a triple test, but you never know. Okay, that's an overshoot. Overshoots, as we mentioned, usually result in a reversal. So maybe now we're going to come down, and I'm thinking bearish at the moment. So if we can get a lower high or something below here, taking a short, then that may interest me. Could be a 2G chat. Well, this one here. It's possible. To be honest with you, over this larger one, I'd only think about going short anyway after the break. It's hard to say at the moment. Yeah, it's been a hard day to read today. Certainly wouldn't be thinking about going long here if we got a second entry off here. Because, you know, well, obviously the bigger overall picture for me at the moment is still slightly down. Once it starts pushing above here, then, you know, I might alter my thinking that we're more on a bit of just a range day. I think it's possible we are. I certainly don't want to be thinking about going any higher. If people are trading higher, then I think it's more likely it's a range day. I mean, that's clearly pushing higher. Yeah, it is, mate. Yeah, see, I can see how some people will be tempted to go short there. Trouble is, it's just unclear, and it's not. It's just not clear is the only answer, really. 44.30. There's some liquidity down here, so I think it's possible it's going to get down to this area. Now, whether it comes down and works over here or not, I don't know. But we've had this channel going to break in a new high. Now we got the overnight lows are there, so we've passed there anyway. But I don't know what's going on. Well, I've got a feeling it's going to be a no trade day today, which is fine. It happens sometimes. Some days you'll get 2 or 3 trades in a row, and other days you won't. As frustrating as it is, there's nothing you can do about it, really. The only other option is to take a risky trade, but we all know that just does not work. Okay, so we've got a bearish bar here. Do we want to go short here? Risky. Could break, continue higher. Okay, I'm going to trade on a little bit longer, maybe another 30 minutes, but I'm just going to take a quick 5-minute break. I'm just going to make a quick cup of tea. So I'm just going to drop that on there. I'll be back in 3 or 4 minutes, I'd say. Okay. Okay, if you took that one, you got trigger and stopped out. I thought as much. I mean, how far away from VWAP is, I don't know. Not sure. Don't know. Yeah, this is just looking like a range day, this is. In fact, you know what? I'm even going to get rid of that. Let's chuck it up here a bit. I'd say for me, this is a range day, just a larger range day. Yeah. So the trouble is, yeah, it's been a tough day today, really. We've had this push down and a drop and this push up and a push. So it's been sort of like a mirror image in a way. But the trouble is, there's not a lot of opportunities. I mean, okay, so you could say there's a failure there, but there's three bars back to back, so it's just too risky. Is it going to go up? Probably. But there's just three back to back, and you know, as tempting as it is to just jump in, there's no point in sitting here for 3.5 hours, losing your patience and taking a poor trade. Chances are, if you do nothing, it'll push right up to you. Chances are, if you take a trade, it'll come back, stop you out. So it's just as frustrating as it is to sit and wait. There's no option, really. It just does not work otherwise. You'll never make it work by taking silly, risky trades, especially after 3.5 hours of good patience. If I'd have taken that trade and lost it, and I'd have posted that later, someone would have said to me, well, you got 3 bars back to back. So, if there's an excuse, if there's a reason why a trade is not going to work, and it's staring you in the face like that, it's a trade you just can't take. And as frustrating as it is sitting here and waiting, it's just all part of it. Sometimes you'll get trade after trade. Sometimes you'll get 3 within the space of 20, 30 minutes. And everything will seem great in the world. And then you'll get 2 days in a row when you're sat here and you'll barely see a trade. Bart Fly. That's a name I recognise. Hello, mate. How you doing? Okay, Bart Fly. Does anybody know Bart Fly? He's got a YouTube channel. I don't think you live stream, do you? But you do. Let me have a look. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That's Bart Fly there. If anybody doesn't watch him. I don't think he live streams, but he does. I think, to be honest with you, it's useful anytime. It's useful to look at anybody who takes trades and puts their trades up and their winners and losers, and you can see what they're doing, because I think it's good to look at lots of people who do the same sort of things. So I watch his trades. Done for the day. Made some. Oh, yeah. Have you done it? I think you said you'd done something, didn't you? What did you say you'd done? 10 points. Oh, is that you got 10 points or not? I've done nothing today. There was a trade earlier which I sort of left. I was a little bit that lower high there. Subscribed for a long time. Yeah, there's a bunch of us around. But I always check out everybody else, find out what they see, what I'm missing. I think it's useful to look at lots of different traders trading the same style as you, because some people adapt them slightly, some people take more points, some people take less points, and it's always good to look at how other people see things. So there you go. So if you're not subscribed to him, subscribe and see what he's got to show you. I should make some videos, to be fair, but the trouble is, because I stream for about 3.5 hours, it's having the time. In fact, I've actually never made a video, so I wouldn't know. That's the trouble when you're new to YouTube, if you've never been down that road. I do plan to make a video when I hit break even. You're on zero. Yeah, I think most of us are today. I do plan to make a video when I break even, and basically just what trading's cost me from a complete beginner, everything I've paid into it. So, any courses, any of the money I've lost, all the money I've put into evaluations. So I'm just, well, I mean, some people, it's just because of my chatting. I think people, sometimes, because it's quite a lonely old game trading, and, to hear someone chatting away, I don't know, I'm not sure everyone will agree. I probably do some people's heads in, but there you go. But no, I plan to do a video on what it's cost me, literally every single penny I've invested in it, and I want to do that when I break even. So I think I've taken about $8,000 off Apex so far with this payment, so I've probably got about another 4 or 5, and I should break even. Now, as far as I'm concerned, I've made it as a trader when I broke even, because if you can actually make back everything you've invested, I think you're on the right track, because it can take time, even Michael Chin, yeah, he started doing some, hasn't he? I wish more people would stream, because but I get why they don't. I know I've heard a few people saying, I just find it too hard. Now, I've got one of those memories that never stops. I can sort of do lots of different things at a time. Now, you might think it sounds like a good thing, but it wears me out sometimes. My brain just never stops working. So I can do this and talk and look at this, but I can talk without really thinking about what I'm saying. I'm still looking. But I get why some people think it's a distraction. And I know Max asked the question before. A lot of people have said to him, stream, but he thinks it would adversely affect his trading. Now, if I thought this is adversely affecting my trading, I'd give it up. But for me personally, I think it helps me, because I'm an out loud thinker anyway, and I usually chat to myself sometimes when I'm thinking out aloud. So that's all you're hearing, really, me chatting along. But I'm concentrating on the markets. But so it doesn't work with everyone, and I totally get it. Bye money is, yeah. I just there's only one person that I stopped watching, the bye money guy, because I don't understand. For me, he seems to have lost his way a little bit. I don't understand a lot of the trades he takes. I mean, he'll take trades, he'll take long trades down here, miles away from the EMA. So I don't quite understand his format. He goes on about Mac and who's the guy, the older guy. And he seems to have found his own thing, but he tends to get more red days than green, quite a bit more. So, which is a shame. I don't know whether he's lost his way a little bit or what, but I think, and someone else has mentioned that, he's more of a YouTuber, I think, than a trader. I don't know. That's my personal opinion. But he's a nice guy. When he had that big loss and he had that break a couple of months ago, I messaged him and, give him a little bit of support, but yeah, and I think actually Michael Chin's changed his ways a little bit. He's doing trading slightly different. Seems to have found some different method. Al Brooks, yeah, I don't understand. When I see his trades, a lot of his trades don't make sense. We've had a massive push down here, and he'll go short right at the bottom when we're away from the EMA, and a lot of times it reverse, and it's I don't quite understand. No, he's not a nice guy. He's is he? I think he's more of a YouTuber, isn't he? I mean, he says he's what is he? He's, I don't know, YouTube something or other, makes more money. I don't know, and it's hard to know personally, but I don't understand. That's why I tend to not watch it really, because I don't understand his methods really. They don't make sense. If you're going to go long, you don't go long, you know, if we're up here that far from the EMA really, do you? And yeah, I don't understand the new chin. No, he's changed a little bit, isn't he? See, there was one thing that I remember clearly. When I first started trading, and I've mentioned before, I went with a guy called Andrew Lockwood. Now, he's a seasoned trader. He's worked for massive city banks, and he worked in the London Stock Exchange for quite a few years, you know, maybe 12 years or something. And then he moved to Singapore, in a city bank there, trading in Singapore. And then he set up someone's computer systems, I think the early 2000s, when everything sort of went automated. And he said to me, find a strategy that works and stick to it. Why so many people fail is they take a strategy, they do it for 3 or 6 months, find it doesn't work for them, then move on to another strategy. Now, I thought a strategy was straightforward. Now, I can explain to someone what a second entry is in the space of 2 minutes. It's straightforward, but it's using that setup to the context of market, and that's the difficult bit, and that's the thing that takes time. So, and I think a lot of people think this doesn't work. Now, I've been doing this strategy long enough to know it does work, and if I take a trade and it fails, I can always figure out why, and that's down to me and a mistake I've made. I've either made a mistake, I've got too lack of patience, or for whatever reason. But there's always a reason behind. For me, a trade doesn't just not work. There's a reason behind it, whether there's something in the news quickly or for whatever reason. But there's always a reason behind it. And I think that's, you know, a lot of people, they start trading and they spend 6 months and think, God, this is odd, it doesn't work. And somebody tells them about another system and another system. And I think that's what happens. A lot of people move around. And, you know, I think personally, you're best off to, you know, find a system that's got some credence. And Matt clearly been doing it donkey's years. As far as I'm concerned, his system's second to none. And the measly $125 he charges you is amazing, really. He could charge a lot more, but I put him down to, you know, he did mention in a video that he said if he did well out of this, he wanted to help some other people, and that's, you know. Well, here's how I got started, Michael Chin. Here's how I got started in this style of trading. After trading currency and having screens everywhere and charts everywhere, it was, in all fairness, it was a bit of a ball ache. And then when I saw him trading one chart, one time frame, for me, you know, your channel became annoying now. Your channel. Oh, sorry. What am I doing? Talking too much, am I? Just enough to keep the trot. Yeah, but if I ever do talk too much, just tell me to shut up, and I will. But yeah, nah, he got me into it. He got me into it. A fifth ad. Had to skip. I don't know. It's the ads. If you pay for ICI pay, $9.99 a month, and I don't get ads. So it's this. When you get over 1,000 subscribers, see, you get monetized. So I think they put them on so many ads now in the middle of a sentence. Oh, really? Free ad blocker. Yeah, I didn't realise that would happen. If it carries on, yeah, I'm monetized. Yeah, I thought that's part of the process. Ads are blowing up today. If they continue, I'll get rid of the monetize. It's not making me. It's never going to make me a lot of money. I haven't. Oh, I see what you mean. So you can get a free ad blocker. Okay. It's not making a lot of money. It's never going to. I think you get about $2.50 a day, something like that. And I don't do it for the money. So if it is becoming a problem, I mean, I pay $9.99 a month and I don't get ads. Period. But if you can get a blocker, get a blocker. But if it continues, then just let me know, and I'll demonetize myself or whatever I call it. Okay, so we've had a break here. Now, personally, that's risky. As much as I want to. No ads here in Canada. No, I don't know. It might just be you, some. Okay, so we've had this channel, we've had a break. Now, I know it's tempting that, and I was tempted for a second, but it's a first entry, and if it goes wrong, it's gone wrong for a reason. Now, you could say there's a triple test there, but I think it's probably not really. If we get another one, then maybe I will go long. It's just a bit risky, that, I'm afraid. Yeah, keep the asthma. I mean, it's. I think, I don't know. I don't do it for them. Well, I say I don't do it for the money. If it's free money, but it's not why I started trading. But I thought it was just, I don't know. Didn't know much about the ads. I thought they just do ads if you don't pay, because I pay the $9.99 a month, and that way you don't get ads. We've had 19 points. Bloody hell. I did look at that one, but to be fair, the way that's struggling a little bit, I'd rather have a second entry off that. As tempting as it is, I just ain't taking it, because if it goes wrong, the answer will be, why did it go wrong? Because it's only a first entry, so you shouldn't have taken it. If you've got 19 points, you're clearly earning a fortune. So pay them. Don't be tight. Pay the £9.99. That way you'll get rid of the ads. I ended up, in fact, thinking about it, I ended up paying the $9.99 because of ads I was getting from this guy in the UK, this Asian currency trader. He was doing my ads in, and I tried to get rid of him, and I was just getting the same. That's part of the reason why I paid the $9.99. Yeah, because I spend so much time on YouTube, and it's a learning tool for me for trading. Then I'll pay the $9.99, and I just don't get I don't get any ads. But if it continues, and you can't get a blocker, let me know, and I'll demonetize it. We've broken the first barrier. We might still go up. Yeah. There's one leg there. If we can get another leg down here, another leg, and sit on here, I'll absolutely be all over that, because then I'll say 1, 2, 3. Liquidity levels at 42, which is about there, and at 50, which is the top, just before the top of the channel. There is some at 36 here as well, which is about there. Funnily enough, I'll leave that off because it's right on that open. In fact, let's put it there for now. What is that? 36.25, so it's about there. Oh, that's a bugger. Still not too late. Come back down. I thought we might get a leg and a leg. That'd be nice, wouldn't it? Beautiful, that leg. And up we go. Yeah, I mean, if it does annoy anybody, just let me know. You know, I'm for the sake of $2 a day, I've got no problem with getting rid of it. I don't want to do people's heads in. Come down. Come on, leg. Come on. Let me just check I'm not missing anything. It's clearly ranging for me. I can't see a problem with going long there. Oh, that'd be nice. It'd be nice to get the patience right. I love that. Now, if that bar closes there and gives us a bullish bar, I'll be over that like a like something. I can't think. I'm rabbiting on a bit now. But, come on, come down. Come on. Beautiful. Right, I'm going to remove that because it's just distracting me a little bit. Now, why isn't it letting me move it? Okay. Leg. It's got to come down here for me. It's got to break below the EMA and then sit on there. I can't just take that because it may just continue to go sideways. Now, let me have a look at this. Let me just check there's not some sort of a bigger channel going on here. No, I think we're okay. It is frustrating, unfortunately, really. You just can't do anything there. As frustrating as it is, if that finished bearish and we dropped out and came back, I'll be all over that like a rush. Past my time, good trading lands. Yeah, brilliant. Cheers, Chris. Thanks for hanging around, mate. I thought I'd trade a bit longer today. Purely because there's been nothing really. It's been a bit of a tough day, and sometimes later in the afternoon things might happen. So it's still a possible second entry short. Leg down, another leg down. We've had a break. We haven't made a new high. As far as I'm concerned now, this is nothing but a range. Now, this might not be valid, so we could get rid of that. In fact, let's put that there like that. So let's call that a channel, a break, a little bit of sideways, and then we're going up some more. I don't want to put that in the channel with an overshoot because that may mean we're coming down, but for me, that's a channel by itself, and I expect if we can get a decent setup off this break. You already got break new high. Have you gone like that, have you? Trouble, yeah, I see what you're saying, but we can extend it. Top channel from way back. Yeah, as we've continued to go higher, I don't know. See, I think that's okay personally. Well, proof is in the pudding whether we go up or not. Anybody else got that like that, or have you had a break? Have you drawn it like that with a break and a new high? Yeah, so see, I see so many people when we get this little bit of sideways and we push up again, then they draw the bigger channel. Soon find out if it goes higher or not. You've got it break new high as well. Yeah, okay. Like I've said many times, it's much better to err on the side of caution. Doesn't mean it can't go up, does it? Okay, leg, see what happens here. Yeah, okay. Okay, see how this finishes, see if it pushes up or comes down. Yeah, I usually say err on the side of caution. Some liquidity right there. It's just picked up some buy orders. It's just picked up a load of buy orders now. Whether they're short or what, I don't know. Okay, interesting. That's a second entry long off there. But if you're on the school that we've had a break and a new high, then it is possible we could come down. Yeah, it's a hard day today. It's not very clear. More small trend. 44.40, 44.36, 44.40. Again. TR trend channel. You mean? Is that what you mean? 44.40 here. 44.36. Sure what you mean there, bud. For a small trading range. Sorry. 44.40. What did I say? 44.40. Oh, that is there, isn't it? 44.40 to 36. Oh, have I done it before you've asked? I've got a little range there. Yeah? Know what you mean? $36.70. Oh, you're about here. Yeah, I see what you're saying. It touched 3 times there, but when that came down, yeah, so that looks like it's fading. But the trouble is with that having a break, and it's just so hard to interesting. Yeah, it's a tough day today. It doesn't really. It's not fluent, is it? If you like. Time for a beer. I don't blame you, mate. Have a good day, US. Yeah, you too, bud. You too. Good for you. Definitely a tough day today. Very choppy. Not very clear. No real setups. You're back again, Sally here. You got some better news for us? Today be going up or down? Okay, so there's a second entry long there, but I don't know what's going on here, to be fair. I mean, I'm starting to think now it's just a bigger range day, a little bit of a channel there with a drop and then a bit of a channel and with a push. So I don't know what's going on, to be fair. It's not very clear. It's just risky going along there after we've had this break. I think they're traps waiting to happen them now. It might just take off. We could have a second entry long or a lower high. I don't know. I'm not clear. It was that last swing low as a small range support. That one there. Or here. Range support, I got you. Yeah, I did have it down here a bit. Well, no, I had it there actually. Yeah, it's just... Trouble is, we've had this break and a new high, and going along there when you're a point off the top, yeah, it's just so hard. Could rock it up, it may well do. It's just not clear at the moment. It's hard to trade, really. If it does manage to get above here, certainly there, then I expect it to push a bit higher. After this break, you'd have probably thought likely there'll be some shorts there. So I told... when it was at the bottom. Yeah, unfortunately, there was just no real setups. That's the frustrating thing. 44.35 here. Yeah, I had it down there a bit ago. See, it's only really touched twice there. Whereas there... You could say 3 times there. You could say 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, let's leave it there. You took that trap for a point, did you? Yeah. It's a tough day, isn't it? And it seems to be slow as well, doesn't it? And not only is it not clear, it's slow. Barely got out, yeah. That's the trouble trading this, isn't it, really? I think you can only go for a point, really. Anything more and you're going to get chopped up. What is there, 5 points from top to bottom, thereabouts? I'm just wondering if there's anything. No, there isn't. Trouble is, it's just a guess, really, isn't it? Once, twice, 3 times. Are we going to push up leg, sideways leg? I think that's possible. Place order above 43. 43.38. Yeah, I can see us having another push up. I'd certainly say there's going to be some shorts there. It does look like we've had a leg up, some sideways and another leg up. Trouble is, you just don't know. You could go along and get trapped. There's no guarantee that channel's right. Consolidate sideways, yeah. If we can break above here, I'd say after this break, there's likely going to be some stops there. So if it does break above there, I can see it maybe continuing higher. And then maybe we have got a bigger channel running there. I mean, it certainly fits, doesn't it? It fits along the backside quite nice, so I think it may just push up. Who knows? If we can get above this line here, then I'd say we're likely to move up then a bit more. One more tick. Interesting. Oh, big bearish bar. Yeah, I was hoping it would just go bearish there. It might trap some shorts. We need to break above there, don't we? If we can get above here, I think we're golden. Well, a leg and another leg. Trouble is, you go long here, that breaks above. Usually it'll go up and come back down, bounce off here, and then take off. So the overnight highs are up here. One more tick and we're up. Okay, that's broken up there. Strong level of liquidity up here. Let's just see how these legs work. That's it, it's taking off now. So probably go from there to there. Okay, that's frustrating really. May come back and retest these highs before it pushes up higher. Hopefully it will. Reach 44, 44. We're here now. We're there now. We're about half a point away. That's frustrating. Okay, come back and retest, have a bounce, and then push up some more. Come on. I'd say from what I'm seeing, I think there's a good chance we're going to get up to the overnight highs. We've got a leg, some sideways, and another leg. I go from here, didn't I? There. So yeah, okay. If we can get a setup from here. Yeah, good on you, Brick. I don't blame you, mate. It's tough. I'm going to in a minute. I'm just going to see if we can get anything from this setup, and then I'm going to knock it on the head. It's been a tough day. Sometimes the longer you sit here, the more you sort of your standards drop a little bit, and that's where you can get caught out. I'm only going to take this if we get a decent setup. Yeah, you get ads if you don't pay for the $9.99. I think it's $9.99 for the YouTube. I get them as well, to be honest with you, but I pay the $9.99. Really strong liquidity. 44, 45. Get low. Good for you, mate. Yeah, auto trade. Yeah, plus 420. That's all right. There's nothing wrong with that at all. No issues there. That's all right. That. I was monetized a week ago, I think. Is it a week ago? 3 or 4 days ago? So I don't know why they've just... I don't know how it works. But I believe if you pay the $9.99 a month, you don't... Because I pay not to have ads. Okay, possibly a hidden second entry long. Let's have a look. Come on, get down here. Okay, channel up. Retesting these tops, hidden second entry long. Come on. Congrats. What's that for? What have I done? Have you seen me get a trade before I have? If you reach 1,000 straight. Yeah, that's selling a course. Selling a course. No, that's nothing to do with me, that, mate. Can try to sell with a stop. Are you on about selling? I was thinking about going long. See, I can see this channel up here. We've had a leg up and some sideways. I'm expecting another leg up to the top of this range. See, I'm thinking long. If I can get a decent second entry long off here. And you're on about selling it. Sell with a stop loss of 44, 47. Yeah. Already at 1k. Good for you, mate. Oh, congrats. Yeah, thank you. Thanks, mate. Thank you. That looks like a hidden second entry long. Trouble is, it could be a fade of this. It's just so hard to say, really. Lots of liquidity at 44, which is up here. See, for me, we've got a leg up here. We got sideways. We've had a break out of it. I'd like to come back and retest these tops and maybe this trend on again before pushing higher. So I'm thinking about going long at the moment. Obviously, you know, set up pending. But maybe it's not. For me, that's a hidden second entry long. It would have to drop down below here, though, before it would interest me. Oh, sorry. Sorry. Yeah, well, it's taken a while. I think it's been six months. When did I start? December. Started in December. Yeah. I haven't taken any trades today. No, you and me, but I'm going to say $1,000. You've done well. Yeah, 1,000 something, 1,050 or something like that. I think. Yeah. Yeah. About another 400,000 or 500,000, and I should start earning some good money from now. This is just a platform, really. Any extra bit of income, because I trade full time, so I've taken two $2,000 payments this month out. So any bit I get from, I usually get sort of around about $400 or $500 a month from the affiliates. Sometimes a bit more. So that sort of covers my trading. I mean, to be fair, I think YouTube makes a couple of quid a day on the couple of dollars a day or something. So it's not going to make a lot, but it all helps just to cover me trading and help me being able to trade sort of full time. Because obviously, if you can trade full time, then the more screen time, you know. The more screen time obviously helps your trading. If we can get a drop below here, God, it's so tempting to go long there. Trouble is, it could be traps there. I like to think we've had the sideways to come back and retested this. But I just think it's a bit risky personally. Gotta beat top pick I don't mind not beating them. They're nice guys, they are. Marco and Taylor. To be honest with you, I haven't spoke much to Taylor, but I've commented on his videos, which I like. And I've spent a lot of time chatting with Marco. In my opinion, Marco's a top guy. When I started 2 years ago, he's given me tons of comments and advice and useful stuff over the years. So anybody that's helped me in any way, it looks like it's going to take off that, I appreciate. Because it's a tough business to be in and it can really mess with your head. So I've had some good stuff. You carry on with your up idea. Keep testing my ideas. I got you. Does look like it's going up. I did consider that. And then when it started moving there, the trouble is you just don't know. I thought we might have a break in a new low, but I mean, it does look like it's slowly grinding up. You have to beat them for kicking me out. Why? No, I remember you mentioning that, mate. I don't think I can't see they did that. I'd message him again or try again. I can't see that. I mean, I've heard all sorts going on there, and I've never heard of anything. I mean, you don't have a problem, mate. You're well behaved. I don't know. Ooh, see what I mean about this? I think if it was solid and positive, that would push up strongly. But I don't like that. See, little channel break, new low. Yeah, it's just making me nervous. It looks like a channel. We've touched here, touched here, touched here, touched here, and a couple of times on the back end. but there's a little micro trend there and a break. A lot of times I'd like to go low there, but it's just not flowing today, is it? Like it normally does. Just kidding. Yeah, I can't see them kicking you out, mate. I don't know what. What did you think you did? He's okay, Marco. He's a nice guy. I don't know Taylor much, but I have commented some, and he always responds nicely. But I like Taylor. I like his because there's quite a nice combination there because Mark, I believe, goes for 6 ticks. And Taylor goes from, I think, 2 to 4 points, depending on, obviously, conditions. If there's plenty of space to the highs, if he's taking a long, and he's got a nice temperament as well. They both have. I can see why Marco does well because he's very robotic in his trading, and I think that's what you need. The less emotion and the more robotic. I think you'll do well. And Taylor's he's quite a nice, pleasant guy. He's got a nice temperament. So I'm going to have to finish soon. We're going 4 hours and 10 minutes. I'm just not comfortable with what's going on here. Yeah, it's a little bit of a funny day, isn't it? We had that little channel up with a break. New high, a little bit of sideways, then another channel. It does look like a channel working up. I have to say that. And from what I can see, it is clearly a range day. So if we're pushing up, really, I'd say our likely area to hit before the end of the day is here. The overnight highs. We're slowly grinding up, so I think it's going to continue up. Personally, I want this to come down here, though, and then give me something. It's just a little bit risky here. Did you find out why? Did you, or do they just no? No, I don't know why. See, I read a lot of your comments, and there was nothing I saw that I thought was any offensive of any type to anybody. Perhaps it's the amount of money you win. Let's have a look. Strong liquidity at 43. That's what's making me nervous. Leg, break, leg. I can probably adjust this slightly because it wasn't sitting there right. So if I put that to there, let's get rid of these. They're just confusing me. Okay, touch in there. Okay, so that's a second entry long. It's a second entry long, or it may do that. I'm going to wait for a higher low because I'm not a fan of this. We could have a leg and a leg. It could be an area where it breaks. We've been right to the back of this channel and we haven't this time around. So if it triggers you here, personally, I think it's a bit risky. It might not do anyway by the looks of things, but it might be a channel, and then starting to work higher. Looks like it. Or it might just be fading this. I don't think it is because we bounced off this area. Might create a second leg down. Double bottom. Yeah, I don't know what's going on here. We've had a matching low. We haven't had a new low yet, I don't think. No, we haven't. Some strong liquidity at 449.75, which is around about there, which would indicate there are some people, traders, thinking this is an area of interest. So we'll see. This could just be a leg and another leg, 2 legs down with a break, and then slowly work up. Okay. That leg's played out. Let's see what happens there. I mean, no, some, if you wanted to get back in, all you got to do is just create another another account. Just create another account. You can have multiple Facebook accounts, I think, and you can get in that way. I don't know if it's a problem. See if this breaks over here. There's a possible failed second entry short. See if this comes down and traps them. If it doesn't and continues to push up, then I may take a higher low. That's an inside bar, so it's just tough to trade anyway, really. Leg. really strong up here. Okay, interesting. Hopefully this finishes bearish and triggers, and that'll be a failed second entry long. Stay bearish. Go on, tick down, tick down, tick down. Give us a higher low. Come on. Okay, clearly 2 legs down. If it gives us a higher low, I'll go long up here. The good thing about giving us a higher low is if it pushes down below there, it might trigger that failure. Then if it does break above there, it'll take the stops out for that failure then, which will give us our higher low. Come on. Trigger. Go on. Yeah. Yeah, starting to bounce around now. Okay. Failure. Let's see if that triggers. Try go once, try go twice. Yeah. Yeah, I'm only interested when it starts moving up. I was hoping maybe that bearish bar there might trigger and then push up and then maybe give us a failure further up. Liquidity is very strong up here. And just by the way I'm looking at the day, we've come from the tops all the way down. We've worked our way back. I'm thinking it's likely we're going to reach the overnight highs. So we've had this channel, we've had a break, made a new low. So leg down, pushed up. There's our first entry. Second entry short there, may trigger some shorts. So odd. I mean, there's a second entry short there. Touch. The trouble is, depends where you are on this whole channel thing. It looks like a channel to me. I mean, you could sort of put it like that, but I don't know. That's clearly played out. Okay, that's triggered. Let's see now if we push up. Push up and break this. There's a failed second entry short. Yeah, you're not wrong, mate. 5 more minutes and I'm going to knock it on the head, I think. It's been a long day. See, I used to get ads constantly, whatever I was watching on YouTube, which is why I paid the money. God, what a tough day. That's required some patience to sit here for 4.5 hours without taking a trade. But that's a good sign. It's a good sign for me, that is. Okay, so we're in this channel. We've had a break. 1, 2 legs down. It's a good sign, that is. If I can do that, that's good. Which means I'm headed in the right direction. So we've had a leg, and a leg, but I'm only really counting those legs. 1 leg and a leg. Thank you. I appreciate that. Getting off my train, that must be it. I don't know. I just seem to have hit a level now where I realise it's the only way it's going to work. You can only mess up for so long, I think, before something in you changes. But there you go. See, I told you one more day. You did, actually. I was just thinking about that. Without looking, 44.36, which was the official open. You did. So maybe this is 2 legs, 2 bigger legs down. So we got 1 leg down and 2 legs down. That would make sense. 1 leg down, 2 legs down. That would take us to there. Now let's see. Now if we can start working up, then I'm thinking higher. But at the moment, I don't know. You did tell me. I do apologise. I do. Okay, so you've got a bullish bar there. I'm not taking that. I've been trapped way too many times there. I'm going to wait till we get above here and work in. But it does look like 2 legs. There's 3 smaller legs, but it does look like 2 legs. Now need to move up. Thank you. Now we're on the same wavelength. There is a nice big bullish bar there, well, so far, but no, it's not that nice, actually. Let's wait for us to start moving. But yeah, 2 legs, or we've had a break and another break, push down, but I'd like to see now we're moving up. So let's have a look. Strong liquidity at 41. This is the area I'd like to see. Certainly here, new high anyway. But it's unfortunately, I'm going to have to wait for something to push above there. 44, 41. Yeah, I just mentioned that. There's a lump of liquidity there. 44, 41, 50. Oh, shit. It's about there, actually. Trouble is, if it goes to there and sells, we could... that could indicate... it could be taking profits from here, or that could indicate traders thinking we're moving down. Now, if we are in this downtrend, where do you want to short? Here. But until we've had a definitive push up or drop, which that could be it. I'm assuming by that there was quite a few traders who had stops there. Obviously, this channel, a lot of traders thinking about going long. For me, the bar's naff anyway, and I've given up taking them. Having said that, it hasn't triggered. So I take that back. Usually, that would trigger. You didn't give your email ID. Oh, sorry. Someone else. That was sorry, mate. Yeah. So hard to trade this, isn't it? I've done the right thing by staying out of it. I'll give it one more chance to push up above the EMA. But failing that, time to go home. Mark 2 lower low. I'm not sure what you mean there, bud. Mark 2 lower low. So that failure worked. Second entry short worked. Maybe we are coming down. I think it's time for me to finish, actually. I've given it enough time today. It's clearly one of those days. The only one I can see was that one earlier, that high low. I left that because I was concerned about that little channel and a break and a new low. I was still thinking on the lines of down, so that might have channel. You might have taken that. It might have triggered and come down, and that's my thought process for leaving that trade there. So let's have a little look. Clearly going sideways, really, aren't we? Tomorrow I will teach you these types of trades. Okie dokie. Okie dokie. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I don't know whether we're coming out. But judging by this, who knows? I don't want to take a trade now. I'm getting tired anyway. So I'm going to knock it on the head, guys. So I appreciate you seeing it will come up. 44, 41. Touch. Let's give it another 5 minutes, see what happens. Let's remove that. See if we can get a decent push up. 1, 2, 3. You could call that a triple test. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, take care, Osam. All the best, bud. Okay, bullish bar off the bottom. I always get a bit concerned about them. I like them to break first before they push up. It might push back up from there, I don't know, but as tempted as I am, I'm going to have to leave that one alone. I much prefer it to break like this because I've been caught out so many times in them. We'll have to find another day. Yeah, night floor. I appreciate it, mate. You too have a great evening. I'll be done in about 5 minutes. I just want to see what happens here. But it's been a long day today. What was it? 4 hours and 40 minutes. That's a long stream today, isn't it? Well, we hadn't had anything. Market was still moving. So my patience is okay now. There was a time where I had to just switch off at 3 hours because I ended up taking stupid trades. But I feel I'm in a good place at the moment. So I think it's worth it. I think it was worth sitting here for an extra hour. So... Tech, are you saying see it to me or see it to ninth floor? If you're saying see it to me, bye. Okay, we have bounced off here. Trouble is, if you took that, you might be in trouble now. Tempted as I was there to take a limit order, I just can't do it. And I think that's the right decision. You know, I think it probably is going up. Trouble is, we've pushed up to the EMA and come down a little bit, and then that makes me nervous. See if we can get a lower high, maybe. It is moving up, yeah. See if it gives us a lower high.
Order submitted.
That was there, wasn't it? Okay, let's take a limit order, see if it takes us.
Order submitted.
Okay. Let's go for 36.75, 735, 875. Let's go for 2 points, 675, 775, 875. Let's go for a couple of points off this bottom. It's pushed up so far. No, I'm still not confident, really. I'm going to get out for break even. Break even at a point. I'm in now anyway. See what happens. Bounce 3 times. Not a fan of this. I'm getting out, breaking. No, I shouldn't have taken that, really. Trouble is, when you see people saying it's moving up, it gets you thinking, am I missing something? It's going to come and stop me out. I should just follow my own thing, really. Never mind. That's 3 points. I'm going to give it one extra tick. Sometimes it'll take you out for that. While I'm down anyway, I might as well stick it there. Oh, damn it. You and me both, mate. I did look at taking that, and I just, let's say I just took it in the end. We bounced off here 3 times at me, 1, 2, 3. See what happens. We've had a leg down and a leg down. I expect to go higher. We'll see. If that ends up bullish, I think we're okay. If it doesn't, I think we're shafted. It's not looking good. That's not looking good. I'll give it an extra tick, but I think I'm knackered now. I don't know, to give it a little bit more. 3.5 point risk. Oh, damn it. Give it a little bit more because I'm hoping that triggers and then goes up. Yeah, I know. I listened to Sania saying it's definitely going up. And what it was is I looked at that bar there, and for me, 1, 2, 3, it was a triple test, and it pushed up. Now, if you took that as a triple test, your stop would be 1 tick behind there, so we're okay. And then Sania mentioned we're definitely moving up. And then I decided to catch it on a limit order on its way down. So it's my fault for doing it. I mean, it clearly bounced off here 3 times, there, and there. And your stop, as I say, would be here. It wouldn't be there. So I'll give it an extra tick just in case it triggers that short and then pushes up. But we'll see. But skin of me teeth if I get out with this one. 6, 7, 8, 9. Let's go for 3 points. If it does get above there, we may be okay. We'll see. I'm not a fan of these, though, I've got to say. Yeah, part of me wants to get out of it. If it does push up strongly, I'm going to just drag my stop up and just sort of try and jam it in. Just going to push that up a bit just in case it does have a surge. I mean, it's clearly tested this now. You could say 1, 2, 3 times and a nice bullish bar. So you can't argue with that, really. Come on, push up. I'm coming out break even plus 1 tick. Oh no, hopefully it'll trigger that.
Target filled.
Okay, I got out for 1 tick. It's probably going to go up there, but to be fair, I took that. It was a bit risky to take that anyway, so... and it's probably going to rock it up, but it's just going a little bit sideways. The bit that, in all fairness, I looked at the trade. There, to me, 1, 2, 3, and it looked bullish. But I left it. When it came up, I saw Sania mention he thought it was going up to here. So when it came down, I took it on a limit order. Now, it's probably going to rock it up. But when you lose confidence, sometimes you're best just to get out. By getting out with 1 tick, I've guaranteed myself, after fees, it's $17. And it's probably going to rock it up, and it probably will, but the trouble is, what I don't want to do is lose money based on a trade I feel I shouldn't have took. So it's the right decision to make. And it's probably going to rock it right up here, and it looks like it is now, but, it's just one of those things, isn't it? Sometimes I know Sani's a lot more experienced than me, and he's probably right, but I think what I have to do is the decisions I make are based on how I feel, and I can't do it any other way. And that one I went in a little bit based on what Sania said. But the fact that it came down and it didn't break below there, but look, a little bit of patience and it goes. But in all fairness, what did I put? Something like, it probably got me 3 points. But, it's one of those things, isn't it? Sometimes you're better off to be safe than sorry. And when it was coming down, I just thought, I've taken this based on what someone said rather than, what I feel. Part of me wanted to get in on there, but I don't know, because it above there, it was just a bit risky. But there you go. So short day, $17, better than a kick in the teeth, I suppose, isn't it? 66. But yeah, it's just one of those things, isn't it? But that's it today. Managed to get out with 1 tick. It does look like it's rocketing up, doesn't it? But there you go. It's just not worth taking the risk, is it? So that's it for today, folks. Long day today. I appreciate all your comments. But that's it for today. So I'll be back again same time tomorrow. So have a great evening. Stay safe, and we'll do it all again same time tomorrow. Bye for now.